Hello everyone and welcome to day 2 or part 2, whatever it's called, of my full story playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn, which we are doing to refresh the entire story because Horizon Forbidden West is coming out very soon. So, just kind of want to go through all the story again and, be fully refreshed before we head west. I didn't intend on that to rhyme, I don't think it did, but it kind of sounded like it did. We'll go with it. So last we left off, we completed the Ring of Metal. We are still in the Nora territory. We have not crossed the border yet. And yeah, we hit Rusta's house because we went and talked to Rusta's grave. So yeah, let's continue from here. So I guess the next thing we need to do, since we completed Hunting Ground and all that stuff here, is to go to Mother's Crown for the first time. So let's head over there and see what's up. Probably call him out here. Yep. Get back on the mount, please. There you go. So we got a ton of side quests here in Mother's Crown when we get here. Has anybody ever done a no skills run? I'm sure people have.
This must be Mother's Crown. So I should be around here somewhere.
Alright. So I guess we'll start with going to the first one here. Like straight ahead.
What happened to you, Hunter? Are you alright?
Oh, I'm grateful for this wound. It's a lesson I won't forget. And you should heed it too.
How's that?
I was chasing a galloping grazer, so intent on my prey that I didn't see where I was going. Right to the threshold of a cauldron.
A cauldron? What's that?
Ah, you're from inside the Embrace, so you've never seen one. A cauldron is a sort of door, I guess. No one knows what lies beyond. Some say machines are made inside. Others think they're dens of evil, where the spirits of the metal devils linger. Same thing, I suppose. Whatever they are, they're forbidden.
You mentioned a lesson before. What did that wound teach you?
As I stood before the cauldron, my prey scampered off, and I stared, dumb with wonder. For a moment, I was a child again, wrapped from stories told by hunters at the campfire. I had a powerful desire to see what was inside. That's when the Watcher attacked. Cauldrons are guarded, you see. I barely fought it off, and got this scrape as a reminder. There's a reason the matriarchs forbid those places, and not just because they're dangerous. We weren't meant to see what's inside. I'll never waver again. This scar will see to that.
But for a moment you felt something. A sense of discovery. Are you so sure that's a bad thing?
Has to be, right? Or I wouldn't have been punished.
Where can I find this cauldron?
My point is, you shouldn't.
Then describe the place I should avoid.
You're a clever one, but not so clever as to heed my warning, I see. Fine, you're grown. I can't stop you. It's dead north of here, past the red drifts built into the side of a mountain. Just remember, I told you to stay away.
I'm gonna do a couple of side quests here in Mother's Crown. Or I might as well start some of them while we're here. Not all of them. I want to be able to keep a little track of the story here.
Some things are beyond our ken.
You're the Seeker. The one who was an outcast. My hunting party. My party has... You fought the killers, didn't you? The ones that attacked in the Proving. You saved many lives.
I wish I could have saved everyone.
Did you... How far did you follow the killers?
What are you getting at? Are you worried your hunting party has been killed?
There are worse things than being killed.
What was your hunting party doing?
After the proving, we were so angry. We wanted to strike back, and those corrupted machines left tracks we could follow. We caught up to them at dusk. We fought with all our burning hatred. But in the dark and chaos, I couldn't see everything. They stampeded, and then I was alone. I ran back here, but my party is...
Your party is...
gone.
Thank you, Michael, for gifting us up to Fleur. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity, and Fleur, enjoy the emotes.
What's worse than being killed?
I'm not like you. I can't live as an outcast. I'm afraid my friends went into the ruins. I can't go there, or I will be cast out. But I can't abandon them either.
Tell me what you want. Speak plainly.
Find my friends. We were so eager to fight the corrupted machines, we didn't realize we'd reached the edge of the ruins. You're a seeker. You can enter Devil's Thirst without judgment. But please, have pity on us. Don't tell anyone we were there.
You have nothing to worry about on that end, trust me. I'll see what I can do about your friends.
We got Sanctuary, and I'll start the log of the hunt while we're here as well, because that one is close by. And we'll start some of the other ones once we get back here.
Brave! Mother's Crown could make use of your bow.
Me?
Well, you are a brave, aren't you? We need boar skins. Our stitcher works his hands raw repairing cloaks and armor. There's good boar hunting to the east, past the falls. But there's a machine out there now. When I saw it, I dropped the hunt, ran for cover, knocked an arrow, but then I...
No shame in living to fight another day.
No, it's... my ring had come loose. That was my luck in the wild. My mother's prized from a machine's jaws long past.
You put that much trust in a ring?
After all that's happened, I need luck as much as the tribe needs those skins.
I'll see what I can find.
If you can help, you have my thanks. I'll be at the campfire when you come by again.
There we go. We'll start some of the other stuff afterwards. We have like 4 more things to do there in Mother's Crown, but let's go to Sanctuary first. Yeah, those Ravagers that are gonna be here. Oh, sorry, Sawtooths. Yeah, we're doing Sanctuary right now.
I need this. Down. And the other one. It went all the way over there. I'd be able to get a fire arrow from the side.
there's a data point here. We'll go at that afterwards. Got 10 stealth.
Dropped it!
Beautiful.
Safe to come out yet?
Nice and smooth.
You're that brave who was outcast. What are you doing here?
Your friend Den told me to come find you. Why are you up there?
The Sawtooth ripped our packs from us. Me. Us. Without weapons, this was the best we could manage. Thank you so much for destroying it. Now we can get home. One thing, you won't tell anyone you saw us here, will you?
I didn't. At least, not your friend. Need any help getting down?
We'll go back on our own. Don't take this the wrong way, but maybe we shouldn't be seen with you, or they might figure us out.
Then we can return to Den and Mother's Crown. Yeah, I'm picking up collectibles. I'm doing everything that has some store or lore to it. Oh, sorry, store and lore to it, not lorry. Lore. Alright, got another data point here. Jeff Andretti's show. I think. Andretti's show? Yeah. Transcript. The Jeff Andretti's show on the... Ah, that's an American date. 17th of April, 2062. Part 4. Transcripts of each episode are posted within 24 hours of... on andrettis.hollow/transcripts. Visit andrettis.hollow to sign up for Jeff's newsletter today. Jeff. And we are back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. You are listening to the Jeff Andretti Show, brought to you by, of course, by the Rational Capitalist Immersicast Network. And let's you know what... This is hard to read. And let you know what... Let's just jump right into this. There is this trend of young people. It's annoying that there's dots everywhere. That's why I'm getting confused. Sorry. Who are immigrating to China, of all places, for work. They're choosing to work in China's factories as manual labor. There's this article today posted on Cafe Intel, one of these cultural trends, fluff pieces these procs are so fond of, reporting that immigration to China by American citizens has doubled since 2050. Now, why is that? Well, Cafe Intel would have you believe that corporate sovereignty, the left's current favorite boogeyman, and increased automation have limited their opportunities here in America. Folks, I know I don't have to tell you the world's smartest radio audience, but that is absurd. Do you know what's limited these young people's opportunities? Poor decision making. Nothing else. Right now, at this very moment in history, the best instruction in history of education is available to everyone who has the nuts to apply for a modest loan. But no, these infants, these spoiled better back winners, with their totally inherited, totally unexamined prejudice against the amazing work being done by corporations around the globe. And in this country specifically, they say, oh no, I won't go to the corporate school. I don't trust to learn something useful from someone successful. I want to move to Vancouver. I want to major in Basque Core Studies from stoned out of my mind on Snake University. Need to scroll down here. What exactly did you think was going to happen when you graduated with your creative expressions degree from some East Coast left-wing idiot enclave that nobody has ever even heard of. Folks, we aren't experiencing a brain dead... Sorry, I have read that wrong. Folks, we aren't experiencing a brain drain in this country. We're experiencing a shame drain. And I say bring it on. We are we are going to open the channels here. If you want to drop in, you know where to find us. As always, no fancy skins, no voice mods. If you're going to be a belligerent ass on my show, you're going to do with your real face, you cowards. Kind of forgot about this data point. But yes, I guess a little bit, I assume a right-wing form sort of follow. Right-wing style, what's it called, podcast? Or holocast? Since people could call in wearing a skin or something. Alright, so now let's go to Log of the Hunt. That's actually super funny. Yeah. Especially because it just sounds like something you would hear if you looked up, like, I guess, very right-wing talk points today, I guess. I just imagine writing teams have a lot of fun writing those kinds of things. Even though I feel like since it was a podcast, they probably should have made that a data point that would, a voice data point, so you could actually hear the dude saying it instead of having to read it. I feel like that would have made it more interesting. Alright, so yeah, we need 4 boar skins. I think we had all the fatty meat yesterday, so I guess I don't have to worry about that. And there's the machine you talked about, the sawtooth. Where are the boars? Usually when you do this quest, there's a pack of boars around. Oh, they're over here. And just a reminder, I don't have any coils on my bows yet, because I'm saving them for when we get to Day Tower, where I can get some better bows. Well, and I don't plan on getting the skill that allows me to swap coils anytime soon. Alright, one more boar.
I can get out of this.
Ah yes, we are a speedrunning community and therefore we are all radical leftist, as Shadow the Hedgehog has told us. And I hope you understand what meme I'm referencing. If not, you should look it up because it's funny. But yeah, they should have hired somebody to like do the voice for those. I think there's a couple of data points in this building, 2 or 3 around here, if I'm not mistaken.
Whoa!
Let's see what we have here. Get tactical, or get tactile, not tactical. Fling your G-reader to the garbage mower. It's time to get tactile. How full is your full immersion when project integrations are merely gestural? Be honest, cutting the head off that Goblin King feels faked when drawing your sword. Or when drawing your sword. It's just another road gesture. No heft of the blade, no satisfaction. But, excuse me, but decide no more. Make fantasy come alive with shardware. Tactile gauntlets. I need to warm up my read out loud voice, apparently. Shardware pretends... Excuse me. Shardware's pretended flex back reactive fabric simulates the weight, resistance, and texture of in-game objects, allowing you to interact with your fantasies like never before. Heft of blade, check. Crack of bones, snap between your fists, check. Kung Fu punch through ribcage, check, check, check. Limited time offer, pre-order your pair of Shardware tactile gauntlets now for guarantee release date drone delivery, and receive an exclusive diamond pommel sharper for use in Goblination. Shardware tactile gauntlets, are you ready to use your hands? Did I read a word? Yeah, I probably misread a word, my bad. Hey, ASX. Welcome to the stream. So nice. Total immersion in my video games. Just what I want. I want to feel my ribcage being snapped as I play Mortal Kombat. RP Greet. So I guess this is gonna be an RPG joke. Let me get some water before this one. The best weapon in the game is the Striker Bow, because it's the most versatile. Probably. But can you imagine wearing something like that and then play Mortal Kombat? Jeez. Have you ever wanted to play Mortal Kombat, but actually feel the force of snapping somebody's ribcage? Now you can! Anyway, let's read this one. So, RP Greet. This is definitely the best free dating app in the Pharaoh Store. Pharaoh Store? Oh no. It's a lonely world out there. Sometimes you need a little high-tech help to find your one and only. After wading through the oceans of apps in the dating and romance category, we are confident we have found the coolest, if maybe also the nerdiest. 1. RP Greet crafts the familiar mechanics of role-playing games onto the messy, chaotic world of romance. And the result is a lot more fun than you might expect. I like the idea of this, actually. Users gain or lose experience by going on successful or not so much dates. After each date, users were invited to give their prospective partner one of the many ratings, such as Orc, minus 25 XP, NPC, minus 10 XP, starting character, plus 10 XP, multi-class, Wizard, Thief of Hearts. Oh, sorry, Wizard or Thief of Hearts, 25 XP. This app is a little intimidating for users in the early going who wants to date a level 1, but it doesn't take long to pick up a few levels and earn a little more attention. RP Greet's augmented reality interface is pretty fantastic as well. Activate your focus, open the app, and suddenly the stats of everyone in your vicinity with an RP Greet account are displayed right there next to them in real space. So if you're looking... Jesus, I'm bad at reading today. So if you're looking to strengthen your flirt game at the calf shot, RP Greet's got you covered. Tech Breakfast is legally required to notify readers that the above content was paid for by RP Greet and does not necessarily reflect the actual opinions or experience of Tech Breakfast or its contributors. So a paid advertisement. So who's using that app when they get a focus? Instead of being rejected by your looks and appearance, now you can be rejected because you're a level 1 scrub. Also, I feel like that chat or that app is probably offensive to people that normally play the Orc class in video games. Hey, Carter. Oh, have fun with the new RPG. Oh, yeah, not RPG, sorry. GPU. Sorry, I just read a bunch of RPG stuff. Alright, let's return the ring. But surely that already exists. Surely somebody has made a dating app that has like an experience score. Or at least a rating system. After you went on a date or something. Surely that's a thing that's been made. Probably not successful, but surely it's a thing. I've never played around with it much myself, but people have told me that Tinder is a very hard RPG.
How did you fare on the hunt?
I've brought you the boar skins and your lucky ring, Tame.
All Mother be praised. And you, of course. Where did you find it?
Halfway down a boar's gullet. Not so lucky for the boar.
I think I'll wear it around my neck from now on.
Horizon is a pure single-player game. Single-player RPG, if you want to call it that. Right, let's finish off Sanctuary before we do any of the other stuff here.
I found your friends, you know where. They'll be back shortly.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What a relief. You won't tell anyone, will you?
Relax. The matriarchs are up singing the Hymn of Atonement. I think you're safe.
You're right. The hymn atones for all of us. Thank you.
That's not what I meant, but okay.
Company 5 stars, yeah. I mean, obviously I am well aware that a rating system for a dating app would go down horrendously, but I still think it would be funny just to see it played out.
Snow chill itches.
Oh, it's you. The outcast turned seeker. I've heard you're good with bow and spear. Some even say you're the best.
I think I hear a challenge in there somewhere, and I'm not interested. I have more important things to do.
Oh, I see. The Seeker doesn't have time for us lesser Nora. Too busy hunting machines and marauders. Well, I can't claim to have faced the corrupted or danced with demons, but I have earned a few sons at the hunting grounds at Valley Meet. Have you? Or maybe your seeking hasn't taken you that far.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, Magic Face. I didn't think of that. The more reviews you had, that's actually a bad thing. Because that means you've been on way too many dates. You know? And even though they might be good, like, why are you still dating at that point? Arguably. Something you thought about with recent studios acquisitions? Imagine if Take-Two and EA merged. You want, what is he called, Andrew Wilson and Strauss Zelnick to work together? Yeah. That sounds horrifying.
You went to a hunting grounds in Valley Meet. Is that even in the Sacred Lands?
Depends on who you ask. It used to be ours, but since the Red Raids ended, the border is a bit unclear. Most Nora don't go there, but the matriarchs won't cast anyone out for heading that way. As for the hunting grounds, the keeper's a Karja. He can't refuse anyone the trials, but don't come on too strong. He's so afraid of the Nora, he might jump out of his skin.
How did you win those sons?
I took down machines with 3 different types of arrows: freeze, shock, and fire. If you aim to take a trial, you'd better come equipped. But I'm sure a seeker is always prepared, right?
Do you try to provoke everyone you talk to?
Only seekers with red hair and big reputations.
And how often do they come around?
You're the first I've seen today. If your seeking takes you to the hunting grounds, see if you can earn a blazing sun. If you do, you'll know you beat me.
Consider it done.
Challenge accepted. Alright, let's do the Sona quest here. Also, I always wonder why Sona stands like right in the line of fire with these guys. Well, I guess she trusts her men.
War Chief Sona, you're reinforcing Mother's Crown?
If the Nora are to weather another attack by the Metal Devil, we must brace our defenses. Still, the concern is not yours. You're not mine to command.
You can still ask, War Chief.
Very well. We need to harvest Lancehorns. They carry chill water, and their lenses have many uses also.
I have chill water now.
Good. Our ice and fire will stave off the machines. That leaves the matter of a Lancehorn lance. There's hunting to the west of here. I also need the watchtowers stocked with signal arrows. Take these to Orn's Tower in the south. If you would.
There we go. Let's head to the tower. Then when we come back, we can progress Maria's story. Oh yeah, I also need the lens. I didn't have the lens, did I? No. We'll get that on the way back. Let's head to the tower first. Yeah, Frozen Wild improved so much from main game to DLC. Which is why I can't wait to just see how much they improved from DLC to sequel. You can just tell how much they learned between making those two.
You're Orn? Aren't you a little young to be a sentinel?
You can talk.
Fair. The War Chief had me bring you these fire arrows. Send up a signal the moment you see anything suspicious, all right?
I know. I'm young, not stupid. If they come back,
Just be safe.
the trip down's the best part.
But yeah, especially just dialogue scenes like that just looks so much better in the Frozen ones. But you know, still a great game and all that. Yeah, I think so too, actually. Oh. Really, Magic Face? You have to say it like that?
That's a machine I can't
Sneak up
override.
and stab.
Not until I've learned more.
Lens, and we are out of here. Oh no. Actually, I probably don't even need my mount. I can just walk into the town from over here. But the mount caught up, so I guess we'll get him. You're sassy first thing in the morning? You don't say.
Here she is, the hero of Devil's Grief. Come here, girl. Been wanting to meet you.
Actually, let's go talk to Sona first, before Maria. Just to finish off the quest. I want to make things appear somewhat close to each other in this playthrough. Make sure the story is coherent. Yeah, instantly walks away.
I brought you the Lancehorn lens, Sona.
I'll make a weapon with this myself. No warrior should forget the feel of craft. And you brought the signal arrows to Orn?
I did. Kind of hope he never has to use them, though.
We stand agreed. It is a poor war chief who has a craving for war. For now, all I ask of our braves is that they are ready. I thank you for your aid.
Here we are. Now back down.
The scrapes.
Have I ever called it Horizon Frozen Wilds? I doubt I ever have yet. Alright, Maria time. One important thing to note about Maria, her dialogue is completely different depending on whether you have
Trying to test my patience?
Sorry, Maria? Her dialogue is completely different depending on whether you have completed Revenge of the Nora already, or if you have cleared corrupted zones. I have done both, so that's the dialogue we're getting in this playthrough.
So, you're Aloy. I've heard about you from the war party, the hero of Devil's Grief.
One of them, maybe. I didn't fight alone. You're Maria. Varl told me you'd know the way to Meridian.
The Karja capital. West will take you to it, but their soldiers will stop you long before you get there.
They can try.
No, what I mean is there's a Karja fort that guards the pass between east and west. Word is, the Karja have sealed the gate out of fear of the corrupted machines infesting our sacred land.
So if I clear out the corrupted machines, they'll open the border?
I suppose. But I can't spare any braves to help you.
Who said I needed help?
You'll clear the valley, all by yourself.
I'm good with a bow.
For your sake? Better than good, I hope.
Yeah, I'm doing a side quest as well. Oh yeah, I forgot. I've only cleared one corrupted zone, so we still get the corrupted zone. Oh, I guess. Still need to clear another one. So my bad. But we have cleared Ring of Metal.
So I'll find this Karja fort to the west? And beyond that, Meridian?
Yes, the Karja call the place Day Tower. It's not far from the Forsaken Village.
What Forsaken Village?
It had a name once, not that it matters now. I was born there.
What happened to it?
The war. The Karja destroyed it in one of their red raids. I was 15 at the time. I got away, others weren't so lucky. The Nora withdrew to this place, Mother's Crown. Relinquished our claim on the valley. Even now, with the war behind us, we've left the valley be. A kind of buffer between the Sundom and our sacred land.
How far has the corruption spread?
I've seen it myself in machines at the head of the valley, and there's been word of corrupted machines in the south, too. Whatever the corruption is, it doesn't just affect machines. It burns flesh and sickens the injured.
Do the corrupted machines have any weaknesses?
Fire seems to affect them more than ordinary machines. A small mercy. This is a curse only the goddess can lift.
Unless we find out what's behind it and put a stop to it.
The matriarchs have spoken, Aloy. All we can do is fight, and pray to the goddess.
Mother's Crown guards the edge of the sacred land, right? So do you see a lot of foreigners here?
Yes. Not here in the village itself, of course, but in the valley beyond. Since the war ended, foreigners have been allowed in the valley, and Nora can trade with them, if they choose. It's a kind of in-between place, neither foreign nor sacred land. If you're curious, visit Hunter's Gathering. It's little more than a heap of dingy shelters and tents, but foreigners use it as a way station.
Sounds like a place where I could find out more about Meridian. So you're in charge of the defenses here?
I have Sona's counsel, though she really should rest.
Good luck convincing her to do that.
Mother's Crown defends itself. During the war, it survived 15 assaults, broke 3 invasions. We will endure.
Trying to live up to glorious pasts has a way of getting people killed.
You wouldn't know this, but I won the proving the year I ran. Like you, I started off behind, had to find a shortcut. I barely made it, crossed the finish line with a broken ankle.
This isn't the proving, Maria. This is real.
You missed my point. Getting posted to Mother's Crown? It was the boon I requested. My prize for winning. Trying to live up to the glory of the Nora hasn't killed me yet. But if it has to, I'm willing.
I should be going.
All right. Be careful out there, Aloy. I hope you find whatever it is you're after.
The machines.
Ansky.
Driven mad.
Next time, I'll remember what
The border is closed.
We can also get a little bit of dialogue from this guy right here.
Well, I hope you're looking to buy. I could use the shards.
I'm heading for the border. You're a trader? What do you know of the Karja tribe, or their capital, Meridian?
I've never left our sacred land, but I've traded with Karja outlanders from time to time. Too fancy for their own good, if you ask me. As for Meridian, it's all they talk about. A city built atop a mesa, with soaring towers, high as mountains.
How did the Karja ever come to build such marvels?
Slave labor. But their new king has forbidden slavery. I guess he cares more about justice than new construction, huh?
Yeah, Maria dies during the attack on the Embrace by the Eclipse later in the story. You can find her body just outside the Embrace, where Aloy talks about it. I'll point it out when we get to that, but that will be much later in this playthrough.
Well, I'll be off. I hope business picks up.
Thanks. Me too.
What if the Karja fort is closed off the valley?
And of course, before we're done with Mother's Crown, let's quickly talk to, I forgot her name, Solai, which is part of the Nakoa quest.
Are you Solai? Jan said your niece may have come through here. Nakoa.
I've got nothing to say about that.
Please, I only want to help. I'm a seeker headed north. Jan wanted me to help find her. Anything you tell me stays between us.
I gave her supplies for the journey. She was headed for Daytower, looking for Zaid. Nothing I could say would stop her.
Is there anything you can tell me about Daytower?
It's a Karja fort, right at the border. Bastards used to gather Nora captives there, so they could ship them to Meridian for slaughter. I told Nakoa not to go. What's a lone Nora gonna do there? But she wouldn't listen. All she can think about is finding Zaid.
I mean, spoilers are allowed in this playthrough. You know, come on. This playthrough is not to, you know, be a first playthrough. It's more to read through the story and, I guess, discuss what happens in it. Of course, spoilers about Forbidden West will get you banned, and I'm sure my mods are eager to bring out the hammers. And hey, Godzilla.
What do you know of Zaid?
He's a rabid animal, a murderer. The worst of the Red Raiders. Killed my brother while poor Nakoa watched from the shadows. Even as I begged her not to go, part of me wanted her to. I need him dead as much as she does. You can't imagine what it's like. He mutilated my brother. And yet he walks free among the Karja.
I understand. Better than you think. I'll look for Nakoa when I reach Daytower.
I'm not sure you can reach it. I've heard they closed the gates because of this corruption among the machines. But Maria might know more. Just don't mention why you're asking.
I won't. I promise.
I forgot, do you get new dialogue with Maria here? Let me quickly check. Or maybe she's just referencing the info we already got. Let me quickly check.
Whatever happens to me,
It might be a thing.
I'll know better. So it's true. You struck at the killers deep in the heart of Devil's Grief.
I hope it's the last we'll see of those killers on Nora Land.
But you still mean to follow them, beyond the mountains?
The killers, this corruption, they're all parts of the mystery I'm chasing. Where the trail leads, I go.
From your lips to All Mother's ears, Aloy. May the goddess protect.
Yeah, I guess there wasn't any new dialogue, it was just already Sona one. I don't know if you can do spoilers in Twitch chat. I don't think you can. And yeah, the ban time emote is...
So you're
I have good luck. Mother trying. I bear that you missed trying to.
The ban time emote is really good.
I should be going.
All right. Be careful out there, Aloy. I hope you find whatever it is you're after.
Goddess.
Alright.
You
Guess we're done with Mother's Crown now.
What's now?
So let's move on. Let's begin our journey towards the Day Tower. I'll get everything that's related to story, which includes side quest errands and all the lore stuff, which is all collectibles, data points, yada yada.
Now they're hunting me. Flames burn stronger than usual. The flames, they're burning it. Those machines. You can see the corruption coming off them like smoke. Clear them out.
We got him.
I've done what I can to cleanse this valley of corruption. Time to see if the Karja fort will let me pass over the mountains.
I mean, the Val beard thing is such a meme, so I don't think, you know, I think most people are aware of that. I mean, as long as it's public information, you're allowed to talk about it in chat. Like, stuff from the trailers, you're allowed to talk about it. You know, like, for example, Val having a beard. Anyway, another metal flower poem here. Sharing, excuse me, sharing tree shade with a butterfly, friends in the previous life. Or in a previous life, my apologies. Most likely the hardest difficulty, whatever that is. You thought he just had a weird profile picture? Nope, that is a thing from the trailer. But like I said, I know there are people that are trying to avoid everything, but obviously anything that is public information from like trailers or articles, you're allowed to talk about here, because, you know, can't really prevent that. And like, if you're trying to avoid literally everything about the game, then you probably, I mean, I'm sorry to say, you probably shouldn't be in the stream then. Because, you know, people are obviously gonna ask about it. It's more like it's a spoiler if you talk about anything that has leaked and are leaked info out there. That will get you banned.
Let's see you catch us.
But if you expect to go in completely spoiler free, then, well, don't expect to do that in this stream. Sorry to say. Alright, let's head up here for this metal flower. Got like 3 metal flowers back to back here. So yeah, if it's been publicly announced in a trailer or an article, you're allowed to talk about in regards to Forbidden West stuff. So you should be expecting that if you are in the stream, because obviously people are gonna come here and ask about it. Oh, this is a long one. A wind sways the pines and below. Not a breath of wild air still has a Moses that glows on the flooring and over the lines of the roots here and there. The pine tree drops its head. They are quiet as under the sea. Overhead, rushes life in a race. As the clouds chase, and we go. And we drop like the fruits of the tree. Even we, even so. Then back down again. I mean, I think literally everyone who has played the hardest difficulty in Zero Dawn has complained about the prices, so of weapons on Ultra Hard. So I think that is probably not going to be the case in Forbidden West. I'd be shocked if that's still a thing. And another flower right here. To tangle or untangle the willow, it's up to the wind. Right, another corrupted zone here.
The Forsaken Village.
Need a warbow out for this one.
The ray I spoke of. It's in shambles.
Yeah, this is the Forsaken Village that Maria talks about. Also, fun fact, this is where Rust used to live with his daughter. We'll learn about that later in the story, but I just wanted to point it out since we're here now.
Corrupted Watchers.
That this is where Rust used to live, before he became an outcast. Come on, jump. Now blow up next to the Watchers.
Lights down.
Yeah, he lived in the village before it was raided by the bandits. Then he became a Death Seeker to take revenge. And then he became an outcast because he didn't die as a Death Seeker. Because when you're a Death Seeker, you're supposed to die. Either that or just generally not come back. But I guess, you know, to each their own, I guess. And Russ did return to the Sacred Land, but he thought he was gonna die as he returned. But somebody nurtured his back to good health, which is most likely Outgrada that did that. Which is why she's an outcast. The Outgrada thing is not confirmed in the game, but makes the most sense, in my humble opinion. Which is why Rust and Aloy takes care of her.
Apaka Shitstorm Tour, Day 8. Holy crap. That glitched out lifter that crushed your arm and clavicle. Back before you met Wyatt. That was in a mine back beyond these falls. Oh, what a punk I was.
Now let's read the text for the collectible. Where is it? There it is. This one doesn't say hey ma. This one just say ma. Ma. Whoops. I can't believe I just stumbled across this place. I remembered your injury, of course. I forgot that it happened all the way out here. This was before White. Obviously when things were really hard for us. I was 12 or 13, already smoking duster every day, and you were working all the time. Stuck on a job you convinced... Sorry. What? Oh, it does say convinced. Convinced Metallurgic to give you after they stiffed up on the devs settlement. It must have been terrible servicing mining robots in a dig tunnel for 1.5 basic, but it's how you kept us fed. Excuse me. When the lifter injured you, the foreman said it was your fault, said the telemetry showed human error. Yours. When you told me that the telemetry had been cooked, I didn't believe you. I blamed you for your injury, same as the company. What a great kid I was. I didn't understand the situation at all. Denial of comp was a financial death blow. We were days from living on the streets, which is why you pushed your grievances up the ladder, up and up, until finally you wound up in Wade's office. He ordered an investigation, which was the right thing to do. But I always wondered just how disappointed his decision was. The investigation proved the telemetry had been tampered with and invalidated your claim. And the implants excuse me, and the implants and cybernetics fixed you up good as new. By all appearances, it looked like everything that had gotten broken had been fixed. Hell, another 6 months and you and Wade started seeing each other, so before long, even our poverty was fixed. What we didn't know, of course, what that you had been poison Looper 6 exposure from the solvent you used to keep robots' joints clear. We were still years away from knowing the long-term effects, but the damage was done. You doomed yourself working a shitty job to keep me fed and clothed. And I can't even remember a single time I thanked you for it. Screw this place. Damn. The viewpoints are so sad. Whenever you read them.
Black smoke, red tatters. More bandits like the ones at Devil's Thirst.
Ah yes, I can't wait for machines to say that it's human error and therefore they will not cover jack shit. That's gonna be a fun thing in the future. And they'll probably be very hard to prove that they have been tampered with. Let's do the bandit camp here before we go to Daytar.
An old gate. Broken long ago. So this was the Nora.
I mean, I'm sure there already are to some extent machines that determine like human error and stuff for certain things. Aim assist or no? I assume it's off. Yeah, aim assist is off. I didn't feel like it was on.
That signal will bring in reinforcements if they set it off.
Well, that was not intended. I went for about 6 hours yesterday.
This won't give me trouble anymore.
You can watch day 1 on YouTube already. Because it is already uploaded, if you need to catch up.
Survive this. We're dead too if you don't fight.
Let's get all that sweet loot in here.
Forget about traveling light.
I can't carry all of it. I should probably sell some stuff. Actually, wait, can I just upgrade? Oh yeah, I can just upgrade. All the good loot in here. The music does get a little repetitive, mainly just the fighting music, I would say. Especially because the fighting music starts playing a little too often, I'd say. Like, if you're just spotted by one machine or one enemy, it's like, immediately starts playing and cut out everything else. Which makes sense, it's just you get spotted quite easily when you're just traveling, so at some parts of the game you can go for like 5 minutes and hear only that music, or, you know, 5 minutes, and you know, long time before you hear really anything else. And it gets a bit stale.
Corruptor.
Turn back, girl! These machines are dangerous!
Another good damage down
here.
The others drop anything? Guess not.
So, will you open the gate for me now?
You heard her! Open the gates! And send word to Captain Balon! Where you headed, girl?
West! To Meridian!
Funny, if you go back and watch the first gameplay trailer for Horizon Zero Dawn, the voice line Zero Day Tower was used in a different spot in the gameplay trailer. Fun fact.
The Way of Broken Stones is a hard run, even in the best of times. You might want to have a word with Captain Balon. He came from Meridian not long ago. You find him in the fort, on a balcony to the left overlooking the valley.
Okay, thanks.
We're the ones who should be thanking you for taking down those machines. Walk in light, Nora.
The dialogue there where Aloy says west to Meridian, she says that to Nora instead of a Kaja soldier in the gameplay trailer. And I think it's at Mother's Crown, if I'm not mistaken.
Might know if Nakoa came through.
Oh, we need to do a quick vote here. Let me do that. Yeah, the E3 trailer. The first gameplay trailer, which was the E3 one. Aloy also fights a Corruptor in a spot you don't normally fight a Corruptor in that trailer. And the HUD, also notice how the HUD looks completely different. Well, not completely different, but it looks a lot different than the first gameplay trailer. Give me 1 second here.
Snow haze. White as bone. That thought got dark.
I'll let you guys vote in chat on which quest giver. I'll give you 3 minutes. Which quest giver for the Frozen Wilds should we talk to? Because since we're at Daytower now, we can talk to the guy here, but you only get to talk to one of them. But do you guys prefer the Meridian guy, the Gravehoard one, or the Daytower one?
But trouble. That's all there is in New Glands.
So let's first get some weapons here. Yeah, Astral. I mean, that's a common practice in games, but it's fun to look at those things and see the difference. I definitely don't need this. We need to watch out. I'll keep some of the glass for now. That could come in handy. I don't need fast travel packs anymore. Notifications, we only have useful ones for once. We can sell the old Trapcaster. Don't need that. So the old bow. What other weapons can we buy here? Alright, we don't have the things for it. We'll look into those later, I guess. We could go for an outfit, maybe. Do we have any? I guess not. We'll work towards an outfit at some point. Resources. Limited fast travel pack. Yoink. And then, of course, we need to put some coils on this bad boy. Good damage and handling. Then we can here. Damage or handling on this one? Let's go for damage. Handling shouldn't matter too much on it. And we can go damage handling on this. Does the change? No, Frozen Wilds will be done after Grave Horde no matter what. Because that's when it makes you get the most story out of the Frozen Wilds. In my opinion. Alright, we got the data point up here, which is, I believe, is the Ossuram glyph. Not mistaken. No, it's the claim. Or Ossuram one. One about the claim. Let me get some water before I read this. It looks like you guys are preferring Grave Horde one. Okay. That is the girl that you meet right before the Frozen Wilds begins. So I guess we are not talking to the guy here at Daytower. But it doesn't matter which one we pick, we won't go to the Frozen Wilds until after Grave Horde. Because in my opinion, and a couple of you guys' also opinion, I know you agree, is you get the most out of Frozen Wilds story if you do it in between Grave Horde and Zero Dawn. Anyway, a guide to the claim by the well-traveled Aram. Often I fling open the windows of my villa, not only to partake of the scents and sights of the city, but to hear the question on the streets equally often. I hear asked aloud, what to make of these outsiders, these Ossuram, who are suddenly our allies or even neighbors? Why do they eat as they do, argue as they do? What is the matter of their heady scent? Why are they always drinking? Like a ray of the sun amid the darkness, a question is best followed to its source. So, for the benefit of the inquisitive, I contrived to join a trading caravan to the claim, at least as far as the closest village beyond the breakwalls. I'll explain that in a second, so let me read this first. The claim is a mudded land where fire smoke hangs heavy in the air, among the tall, thin trees, whereas the ground has not been dug up in the Ossuram's ceaseless search for metal. It is seized in frost, and beneath the frost yet more frost. Before stony soil and worse soot, everywhere soot all pervading. Though I had worn my studies travel silks, keeping them unsoiled proved impossible. Noticing my discomfort, some Ossuram watcher women offered their services, but seeing the shade of the water in their tubs, I declined. Indeed, regard for cleanliness is not an Ossuram virtue. Despite its perspective walls of piled slate and slouched? I've never seen that word before. Slouched, maybe? And slouched round stone huts. The village struck me as overly exposed to the elements. The chief elements in the claim being a cold, oily rain and hoarfrost, even so. The open fires hissed and spat and burned on, and the mood was bustling and lively. Much as you might find in an outbuilding for livestock. For example, what I will endure to bring the light of knowledge to the folk of my tribe. The Ossuram has no priest, The Ossuram have no priest or kings, and spat at the mention of such titles, but they differ to the counsel of their wise men. The village elderman, it seems, each settlement elects such men for the purpose of unceasing argument. From dawn until long into the night, they shout over each other on matters of policy and taxation. Come the next morning, a line of villagers will already have formed for the privileges of arguing back. I joined such a line for several hours while children squealed, birds squawked, and hammering accursed. Endless hammering. Echoes over the trampled straw of rain-filled carts, ruts. Finally, I was permitted to face the three eldermen and delivered my question. I asked for their opinion on the peace between our tribes and the Sun King Avad's offer of welcome in Meridian itself. Am I that bad at reading data points? And you guys are complaining? Always mispronouncing? It's not my first language. Bear with me. I'm good at speaking it, reading it is a different skill set. Okay? Readers, I asked, but the matter was not so simple, as the Oseram erupted into insults and argument even before the words had finished leaving my lips. I found myself talked over, shouted down, subject to seemingly unconnected abuse, and it was only when I raised my voice in return, an invigorating experience that was urgently, never seen that word either, answered. Their opinions are muddled and mixed, to say the least, and I will not profane this parchment by transcribing the words used to express them. Suffice it to say that they see no benefit of free trade between our tribes, and indeed have flourished from it. After long years of war, however, it seems few Osram that trade outside of the clan return their taxes, or even return at all. The eldermen believe they are stolen away by the manner of living that is downright Karja, a phrase they punctured by spitting upon the floor. In return, I suggested that their mistrust and fear of civilized way of life was positively Oseram. I could not bring myself to spit indoors. This caused great commotion, after which I was boldly carried from the building upon the shoulders of my host. Not for a man, but for some new manner of device. I awoke on a cart arriving at Pittscliff. My throat was hoarse, my arms numbed from accepting countless challenges to wrestle, and the taste of an alcohol much like machine oil was still on my tongue. My head ached as if split down the center. Truly, I had risked my life in search of an answer. Is there more to the Osram character than brawling, drinking, and shouting? Simply put, dear reader, there's not. But let us hope that the elder men's fears will be proven true, and in time the sun's light and Meridian's glory can temper these rough-hewn folk. That was a long one, but the glyphs here, or the scanned glyphs, are pretty long, so they will be a struggle, but we did it. More backstory on the Osram. Enjoyed. And I'm sure we'll learn more about the claim in the Forbidden West. Alright, so I guess next we'll talk to Balan here.
Captain Balan, I have questions for you. First, about another Nora woman who might have come through here. And second, about the trail to Meridian. What can I expect on the way?
Well, it was definitely another Nora. No way I'd forget that. She caused an incident. As for what to expect on the trail, nothing good. More machines all the time, and our scouts report corruption that way as well. So much for sealing things off. Keep to the roads. They're safe enough. Though after what you did at the gate, I'll wager you don't scare easy. It's a good quality. I could put it to use, if you don't mind a quick jaunt back east. I know it's bold of me to ask a favor after you just did one, but I can offer you answers in return. If there's anything you need to know about the Sundom.
Yeah, between Gravehoard and Zero Dawn for Frozen Wilds is because you get some great speculation between Aloy and Cyan as to what Hephaestus is. Which I feel like is interesting for the story. Because when you do it between Gravehoard and Zero Dawn, Aloy knows about Zero Dawn, but she doesn't know about Hephaestus. And therefore you get the great speculation between the two. And you already know about Silence, so you can get Silence backstory in the Frozen Wilds as well. Alright, let's ask about Nakoa first, I guess.
You said something happened with Nakoa.
The Nora girl? Yes, something happened. Attempted murder. Prefect Zaid can tell you more about it. You can find him near the main tower, up the steps.
Wait. Zaid is here?
He is. Look, I've heard what your people say about him, but he swears it's a case of mistaken identity. If there's a shadow to him, I've never been able to prove it, and the forbearance he showed towards this Nakoa woman was impressive. Oh, speak to him. Maybe he knows where she went. And try not to assault him, please.
Did an Oseram named Olin come through here?
Twice. He was part of the royal delegation to the Nora, and they passed through on the way, then back. And they brought back stories of a vicious attack on your people. My condolences, of course.
Do you know where Olin is now?
Not exactly, but he was on his way to Meridian, I'm certain of that. Everyone goes to Meridian.
Is there anything more you can tell me about the road to Meridian?
Sun King Avad has devoted considerable resources to making it safe. But by the Sun's witness, it's been harder to control in peace than it was during the war. The machines grow more dangerous all the time. Add to that bandits and new reports of this corruption. We're stretched thin to protect a few outposts like this one. As for everywhere else, well, travel at your own risk.
I don't know if it's the same voice actor, actually. I would need to look that up.
What is this place exactly?
Day Tower marks the eastern edge of Karja territory. A trading post, a way station. One with an ugly reputation among your people. During the reign of the last Sun King, many Nora were taken captive, then gathered here for transport to Meridian, and sacrifice. But the sun set on that. I was appointed by the Sun King Avad to make sure old Karja at this outpost show respect to the Nora.
Where do things stand between your tribe and the Nora now?
Sun King Avad wants peace. So do the matriarchs, I'm told. But old wounds are slow to mend, and both tribes are proud. My task is to make sure there are no further provocations from the Sundom, especially now after, well, while your people recover from this terrible attack, I mean.
What's Meridian like?
It's a changed place. A living city. Nothing like it was during the rule of Sun King Jiran. Avad, our new king, has done all he can to make sure of that. Slavery has been abolished. There's a new alliance with the Oseram. And the Sun Ring, where so many Outlanders were killed, is now a memorial to the fallen.
It sounds as though you approve of the new Sun King.
He is the chosen of the Sun, and what the Sundom needs after 10 years of war. A calming light, not a scouring one. Sun King Jiran would shed blood at any slight. For Sun King Avad, that's a last resort. Lucky for those who slight him. Some whisper in the shadows that he's weak. No. Peace is strength, as the sun shall show.
So the Karja are allied with the Oseram?
Hard to believe, but it's true. Mad Sun King Jiran raided the Oseram for years. Avad managed to get them on his side. He had help, of course. Ursur and Eren played a part. Oseram siblings, bigger than life. They gathered an army to free Meridian. I marched with them. Scaled the North Cliff with my men and secured the Temple of the Sun. Sent Jiran's kestrels and priests packing. Now Oseram are a common sight in the city. And a common sound, too. They sure bicker a lot.
So I know a lot of people want, what's it called? A spin-off game about the Enduring Victory. But a spin-off game about the liberation of Meridian could also be fun. Maybe play as Ursa or Erend.
What do you need, Captain?
I sent several patrols east when we got word of corrupted machines there. All of them confirmed my fears, so I sealed the gates. But it looks like we left some men behind when they were closed. Waleed, tell her what happened.
Machines attacked us near an abandoned Nora village, sir. Elkjaer told us to pull back, Then I lost sight of the others.
Never seen a Nora woman before, soldier? Have some respect. Report to her, not to me.
Elkjaer always stresses reporting back, so that's what I did. I felt terrible about leaving them behind.
Now that the gates are open again, I can send someone after them.
Ah yes, we are also talked about that. We definitely need a Gildan spin-off game. Maybe something like Captain Toad, the Captain Toad treasure tracker game they made for Mario, but with Gildan, where you have to go into places and get treasure. And try not to get locked up. Hey Romulus, welcome to the stream. Glad you enjoyed the videos.
Can't you send more soldiers to find the missing men? What about Waleed here?
Most Nora still don't take well to the sight of Karja armor. Officially, it's a risk to send patrols so close to your sacred land. I'd prefer not to do that again. But heading that way won't be a problem for you.
Please, yes.
What was that, soldier?
Nothing, sir.
Nothing, sir. There was no more questions, right? Yeah.
I'll see what I can do about your missing men.
I will be grateful, but not as grateful as Waleed. You hear that, lunkhead? You might be off the hook.
Alright. So we'll do in foreign lands now. And then we'll come back and talk to Saeed afterwards.
Raised machines or their shaman's damn nuts.
What now? Sounds like Zactec needs a bonk in the chat. That's my map. But yeah, I should probably also upgrade some of the carry capacity stuff here. Upgrade the bow cleaver and potions. Alright, in foreign lands time. There's also a couple of data points over on the island. I think there's 2 over on the islands, if I'm not mistaken.
Rode right into that.
So back to the Forsaken Village.
The machines must have come across Captain Balon's patrol here. One of the Karja soldiers fell here. The other soldiers must have retreated. But where?
Aloy just casually examining while people are dying in the background. It's called priorities.
Another Karja soldier. At least his death came quickly. This can't be the helmet from the last Karja soldier. Someone nearly lost his head here, then ran off. Blood everywhere. A machine dragged something into the water here. But maybe he made it to that island.
Exactly, Baron. Let's do this data point first, and we'll go talk to him. Riker Building. Hello, our records show that you have been researching safe, comfortable, and affordable apartments in the Salt Lake City area. You should consider the Riker Building. Take a moment to review some of the features we offer our tenants. totally automated facility monitored by a bleeding-edge robotic security team. Always comfy. Biometric climate control. Sorry, that is hard to read. Always comfy. Biometric climate control auto-adjust the temperatures of every room. Complimentary Faro runner upon signing a lease. Let your runner grab groceries and collect packages while you enjoy the luxury of Riker lifestyle. A holosite features a free, fully immersive tour of the facilities, including a customizable mock-up of your future Riker apartment. Visit us today and start living. An ad for buildings in the Salt Lake City region, which is by Maker's End. It is, Deli. Welcome to the stream.
Really done. I brought down all the beasts, but I missed out on the feasts. I went to the beer fount too many times to count. I fingered every curl, but I never won the girl. By the sun. I wasn't expecting to be found, especially not by a Nora.
I wasn't expecting to find a half-clad Karjan soldier singing like a drunk.
I apologize for my behavior. I thought I was dead.
Come on. Your commander asked me to bring you back to Daytower.
I refused to be led back to my outpost by a Nora, like some prisoner.
Fine. Go by yourself.
Wait. Look. I got in a tussle with a snap maw. It ate the half of me that was armor and bow. The thief is still in the water. I can't go back without a weapon. Find my bow, please.
I'll get it. Just don't start singing again.
He said fingered every curl, not girl, but never won the girl. Like C-U-R-L, curl. Sounds a lot like girl, I get that, but... Thought he was next to me. Oh, he is. Jeez, a fire. Make my life easier. Still bongable, yes. For sure.
Here's your bow. Good luck out there.
Thank you. I didn't want to die in foreign lands like my men. May the sun light their passing.
How many Thunder Jaws do you need to kill to get a top? Depends, it's completely RNG, so... If you're lucky, just one. If you're not so lucky, quite a lot. But it is RNG. Or luck-based. Right, let's do the corrupted zone over here before returning to Daytower. So yeah, it's just a matter of getting lucky, and you might have gotten unlucky by the sounds of it.
Who, me?
Really? That missed. I don't have any potions. Apparently not. A warbow is worth it? Yeah, warbows are pretty solid. If you know which weak points to aim for. Yeah, the warbow is the one with freeze, shock, and corruption arrows. Get TIDO started. Thank you for purchasing the TIDO, Residential Organization Assistance. Please follow these instructions to guide your TIDO through setup. Before activating your TIDO, take special care and to tidy up your place of residence manually. Don't worry, it's the last time you'll ever have to. Download the TIDO app to your personal augmentation device. Account activation code is printed on the underside of your TIDO. Power on your TIDO. Use the app to inform TIDO of which rooms you wish it to service. Allow 3 minutes for the TIDO to record the layout of your home and the location of your personal possessions. For testing purposes, remove 5 to 10 items from their usual locations. Tell your TIDO tidy time. If instructions have been followed correctly, your TIDO should now be ready to keep your home tidy and organized. Enjoy your TIDO, Residential Organization Assistant. It cleanups for you, but you have to clean the room first. I don't know about that. I bought this thing to clean up for me, not... But I have to clean up before it works. That sounds like a scam. A little bit of a bamboozle. Oh yeah, there's some skills you can learn that increase the chance of you getting hearts, by the way. Forgot to mention that.
Elkjaer came back on his own, a little worse for wear. He seemed a bit embarrassed when I mentioned you. Dare I ask?
He has a lovely singing voice.
That's a capital lie if I've ever heard one. I'll have a talk with him about it.
I need to go.
Let me know if there's any news about those missing men.
It's interesting that he still says missing men even though we completed the quest. But alas. That would be a good troll astral. Oh, there's a data point right here. Is this a glyph? Oh yeah, it is a glyph. Oh boy, another long glyph. I love reading those things out loud. Yay. So this glyph is the derangement. The derangements of machines. Esteemed lords and ladies of the Sun Court, honored khans and patrons. Your concerns regarding the continuing derangement of the machines are noted. Though many seasons have passed since the first sighting of these frightful change. The Sun King is well aware that it is no longer a matter of reports from border patrols and hunters' large expeditions. One needs only to look at the abandoned estate lands, indeed the estates you owned, left for the duel to reclaim, or the empty freeholds of the common Carja folk. Know that the Sun King has taken every measure to protect Holy Meridian and the Mazelands with renewed patrols as for entreating the sun. We believe the cause of the derangement cannot be the sun's displeasure alone. For the years of sacrifice under the Sun King Duran produced no noticeable effect to the machines. His luminance and the Sun Priest are in agreement that even if this is an ordeal set for us by the sun, our suffering will not be reduced with blood. For your edification, I will recount what we have observed of the derangement. Of our simpler machines, the herd creatures, the gallopers, and the scuttlers, where once they fled at the sight of men, now they are more likely to charge. The larger creatures, once only a menace to the inebriated and foolhardy, can be seen to lunge at the unwary with murderous intent. Horizon Zero Dawn fandom wiki has 1,394 pages, not one of them explains how handling works. Is that true? Really? Wow. That's pretty bad. Anyway, let's continue this one. This is to say nothing of the coming of the Sawtooth, or its metal brethren the Ravager, the Stalker, or the terrible giant the Thunderjaw. Each one has proved a more capable killer of men than the last. Each wielding a wilder array of strange weapons, the wilds are no longer safe due to the hostility of these new machines. Through the date, they are not attacked a settlement within the Sundom. Though to date, they shouldn't there be a half there? Though today they have not attacked the settlement within the Sundom. I feel like there should be a half there. Nonetheless, Outlanders have brought no shortage of fanciful explanations for this behavior. Some suggest that the machines have come to present men for hunting them, yet such a thing has never been witnessed among beasts of flesh and blood, and they are proven to be more capable thinking and memory. Even though they have a point there, because that's actually why the derangement happens. Karja hunters, Oseram Tingers alike have attempted to understand the phenomenon by inspecting fillet machines, but these appear no different to those harvested many years before. The arrangement began with the same assortment of wires, braiding, lenses, hearts, and so on. When these parts are subject to the light of the sun or to the Oseram's experience with fire spark, they react as they always have. The Banuk, however, claim to have recorded a change in the machine songs of the machine spirit, suggesting that these have become increasingly discordant. The Sun King has sent envoys to Ban-Or to learn more, in the hopes that their mysticism might contain a truth when the rational light of the sun is brought to bear upon us. Of course, the Sun King graciously welcomes your own contribution to study of the derangement, asking only that they are delivered in written form and not during royal audience. His Luminance also hopes to dissuade you from participating in machine hunts during these uncertain times. The strength of a united Sun Court is the strength of all Karja. Respectfully, Tassity, Court Envoy. Yeah, Peasy, thanks for the 5-month free sub. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the continued support. Hope you're doing well. The main article only says the maximum handling you can get. Fair enough then. Anyway, let's talk to Saeed.
You're Saeed.
And you're Anora. I can tell from your tone you've heard of me. Let me ease your mind. There seem to be wild stories about me among your tribe. But the Nora have me mistaken for someone else. I'm not sure where the fault lies, but the fog of war often breeds confusion. Unfortunately, some refuse to acknowledge the error. So it was with the last Nora who came through here.
The last Nora who came through here. You mean Nakoa?
Is that her name? Oh well. It was a very unfortunate situation. She attacked me in broad daylight. If one of my men hadn't spotted her, I might well have been injured. But we were able to subdue her without harm.
What did you do with her?
I let her go, of course. It was clear she thought I was responsible for unspeakable things. So, in a sense, her actions were justifiable. I explained that she was wrong, then sent her on her way. Sadly, I don't think she believed me.
Where is Nakoa now?
I don't know exactly. She left raving that she would find a way to bring me down. But I did hear a report from the garrison at Lonesome Rock that a young woman had been abducted by bandits. Might have been her.
Thank you so much, Telly, for a $30 donation. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for the generosity. It's Lunar New Year, just sharing some of the celebration. Well, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. And happy Lunar New Year.
So you deny participating in the Red Raids?
No, I didn't say that. I did have a role in those operations, albeit a very limited one. But all this nonsense about torture and murder, that wasn't me. They have me confused with some other commander. I don't doubt some of my comrades did bad things, but Sun King Avad has worked hard to eliminate such brutality.
You've really gone out of your way to help, Prefect Said.
It's no trouble. The Sun King wishes to make amends with your people, and I am his humble servant.
I'll go to Lonesome Rock and get to the bottom of this. I promise you that.
You do that. And if our men are anything less than helpful, please let me know.
Very well. He's definitely a little sus.
There's really nothing else I can tell you about the other Nora girl. I suggest you head to Lonesome Rock.
Just a little sus.
Can't trust him,
These
not after what Jan
machines,
told me.
or their shaman's damn
That garrison is my only lead.
worse.
Seems like a good dude to you. Ah, yes. Alright, that means we're done with data. So, I feel like we should just finish off at Daughter's Vengeance, because otherwise it's probably going to be forever until we do that. So let's just head straight and do that now.
The world beyond the sacred land.
I'm not done with the Nora just yet, but I want to finish at Daughter's Vengeance now.
Who the killers were, how they saw me through his focus.
We'll finish at Daughter's Vengeance, and then we'll come back for the rest of the stuff in the Nora territory.
Owen's trail leads to Meridian.
I'm playing on normal difficulty for this.
When I catch him, he will talk.
Playing on normal because, you know, I don't wanna... I want this playthrough to focus more on story than the gameplay. And I feel like over the last 4 years I've earned the right to not always play on ultra hard. I think I've proven... Or I feel like I got nothing to prove by playing on ultra hard at this point. So like, I'm just playing on normal because I don't want to die all the time and have to redo things. I just want it to go smoothly and we get the story along the way. I think we'll stop at Lone Light on the way to Nakoa though, and get the 2 data points in there. I believe there's the one about the Banuk and Lone Light, if I'm not mistaken. Already, I haven't done the Cauldron yet, but like I said, we'll do the Nakoa quest and then we'll go back to the Nora territory to do some more stuff. Just because, since we're so deep into the Nakoa story, it would make basically sense to finish it now. So it gets a little cohesive. Instead of coming back to it later. Alright, the first data point is in here, which I believe is another glyph. The old ones. Oh boy. Another long glyph. Anyway. Myths of the Old One. Any Karja devout knows that the truth of the Old Ones is laid out plainly in the articles of the Sun's faith. A twilight time came upon them, as is the cycle of things, followed by a long night, and finally our ancestors' birth in the new dawn. Since that dawn, Karja history has been writ in the path of the sun, not the faded glories of those who came so long before us. Even the leaves of the old ones found by Araman are long since cracked and fallen to dust. Nevertheless, collected here for studies are the colorful beliefs of the old ones held by other tribes, which may offer a small insight into those tribes' primitive views of the world. The Osram, as might be expected, view the workings of the old world as a device, one where all things behaved according to the mechanical rigidity. How do you say that? Rigidity? Rigidity? And not the sun's divine rhymes. The movement of the tribes of the seasons, even the stars at night, all are accounted for by this interlocking and complicated mechanisms. The old ones were the caretakers of the great machines, but they neglected their duty to maintain it. The world machine thus fell into despair, and the civilization of the old ones collapsed with it. Now the Osram use their myth to berate the other tribes as I can't say that word right now. Negilant, and to hammer upon their own importance. How convenient that their tinkers and metalworkers alone might learn this mechanism's secrets and improve upon it with their ingenuity. As even more fanciful tales of tale of censure comes from the Nora barbarians. They believed that the old ones turned away from the teachings of the Nora's female god, the All Mother, and eloped with the machines to build their mighty cities, having failed to tempt the Nora to join them. The machines rallied under a great metal devil and attacked the All Mother. In their vengeance, she stripped the machines of their wisdom and reducing them to the simple metal beast we see today. Without the assistance of the machines, the old ones were left to wander as exiles, never permitted to return to the isolation of the Nora and their strange vermine rites. From the survivors of this so-called punishment grew the other tribes, and this is why the Nora shows distrust to all outside their borders. For we are descendants from the faithless, and do not shun the trappings of the ancient world. Surprisingly, it is the Banuk whose belief is the most similar to our own, though their mythology is bizarre. In many other ways, they believe the old ones grew complacent, thinking there was no challenge they could not overcome, and in their pride were undone. Hence the Banuk give them no more attention than any other tribe defeated by the harshness of the Banuk land. In fact, Banuk hunters point to the absence of ruins in Banor as a sign that the old ones were never strong enough to endure its challenges. They claim that only the machines and the Banuk have ever roamed there, and so they have nothing to learn from the ancients. The distant Utaru, whoever believes that the old ones are still with them at all times. In Utaru ritual, those who die are returned to the soil, nourishing the land and living on through new growth. As long as the dead are remembered, they will contribute to the harvest and make them bountiful. Utaru see the richness of their territory, plain song, as evidence of this unique and disturbing cycle. Finally, as there are few living scholars of the Tanakh, we are regrettably denied any insight from that tribe. From what is known, though, it seems they have little concept of a wider history at all. But of course, this is what elevates a scholar of Meridian from bloodthirsty raider. To be aware of the sun's light to be aware of all the sun's light touches, however strange and unlikely the tales. There you go. That is what each tribe believed happened to the old ones. And if you know Tanaka no Taro, you probably learned a bit there that might come in handy for the Forbidden West.
Karja have been here working since the spire cast a shadow on the mesa. The Asura Banuk.
Now for some Banuk backstory. Bit more water. The Banuk. A guide to Ban-Or and the Banuk by the well-traveled Aram. So it's the same guy that went to the claim. The sun shines golden on these times where one can experience the whole world without leaving the streets of Meridian. For the gates are thrown open and the world comes to us. And yet, as I walked amongst the maggots and I heard questions on the air again, what to make of the Banuk, these stoic, silent northern hunters. These men and women of the ice. Unfortunately for my investigations, Banuk outlanders seldom remain in Meridian long enough for exhaustive study. It is believed that their cold blood does not take well in the heat. If I was to seek this knowledge, I would have to undergo the ordeal of traveling up a travel pack and journeying to their homeland, and so it came to be that I spent a miserable time living among the Banuk in frigid Ban-Or. Though the Banuk speak of their territory in relevant tones, put plainly, it is the most uncomfortable place in the world. It has beauty soaring glaciers of jeweled hues, billows of steam that erupts from the earth, whirling auroras in the skies above. Yes, but the novelty quickly passes as the bone-freezing chill remains. It is a country of the moon, for in the day the sun is reduced to a needle's eye through the gray, and in the night the moon rises 4 times the width. There is no welcome not in the land nor from its people. True, I lived among one of these weraks, something like a group of families, but without the civility of a noble house. Each member must prove that they possess the will to survive alone. They seek to always be challenged, whether at the jaws of a machine or simply their daily existence. I tried to explain my position that a Karja faces a challenge that devises a solution, and then with the challenge overcome can live in contentment. The concept horrified them. It was made clear that when I expected to sleep, I must dig out my own hollow in the snow for my tent. When I expected to eat, I must hunt food myself. I hid my disappointment. After all, I had participated in a hunting trial or 2 in my time, and accepted. On the 3rd morning, I was able to bring down a rabbit, much like those seen in the plains, but with a downy snow coat. Upon presenting my prize to the werak, I received only blank stares, until one indicated I must skin and prepare it. Reader, I will spare you the details. The experience nearly changed me to eat only maize bread forevermore. I had barely finished my gory portion before the Banuk set off on a machine hunt with their shaman. A man with machine bindings sewn into his very skin, perhaps another challenge to decency. He claimed to sense the machine spirit close by, and sure enough, the hunters and I followed tracks in the snow to graze a herd. The Banuk made short work of them with their spears, and struck with a curious desire to prove myself. I threw myself into stripping a fallen machine for parts. Instead of praise for my initiative, I was subject to shaman cursing and wailing, and hauled back to camp by sullen hunter. Eventually, she explained that the machine spirit must be thanked for the gift of a successful hunt before any parts are harvested. Truly, I was despairing of the shifting vials of the Banuk culture and longed for a certainty of the sun's guidance. That night, mercifully, my companions, and another wearer gathered under the pitiless clear sky to exchange songs. Their way of recalling history. Some understand the glyphs, but choose not to use them, asking what is a song without voice. By this point, I knew better than to answer. My deeds warranted a whole verse in the song of my companions, but from what I could make out, much was lost in the translation. Still, there was laughter, enough, and many promised to leave me a Banuk farewell mark on our time together. I parted ways with the Warwick not far from the high bloom and set about climbing back down to Dawn Sentinel, and with its sun-blessed civilization. As for the farewell marks, I saw no such thing. When I packed my wetly frozen belongings, another Banuk mysteriously perhaps, and my advice to you, dear reader, is to let these people keep their mysteries to themselves. There we go. A little bit more backstory on the Banuk.
Don't forget to stock up before you're on the road.
Alright, let's continue towards Nakoa. I hope you guys are still appreciating me reading it out loud. I'm sure you are. You love narrator, Elk. Thank you. We could do the banding. I'm gonna leave the bandit camp for now. I want to head straight to Nakora to finish off the quest. Best part of the stream. I also hope by reading a lot of these data points, you guys are getting some of the story you probably didn't get in your own playthroughs, perhaps, or maybe relearn some stuff you possibly could have forgotten. Oh wait, isn't there a data point like in these ruins? Oh yeah, there is. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure there's one right next to the Thunderdome. Tormented giveaway. Splatter Central is giving away passcodes to Tormented 666. Today's giveaway is sure to please die-hard Tormentors. Passcodes to sneak peek Tormentor 666 free of charge. Experience the latest installment of Joe Knowles' seminal Splatter Hollow franchise right alongside our review staff. Rumor is 666 purrs the gore, so crap on one of 666 free passes by screaming, "I wanna get splattered" to splatsend.hollow and data corrupted. Anyone in the chat wanna get splattered? Sounds like a fun time. And also, anyone want to take a guess that it's a metal band, given the fact that the band has 666 in their name? Kinda seems like a giveaway. That it's a metal band.
This must be Lonesome Rock. If it's a trap, I might need to go in quiet. Seems like an ordinary outpost. I'd better look around.
Hold, Outlander! What are you doing here?
Prefect Zaid told me that bandits abducted a girl near here. Do you know where they might have taken her?
Zaid told you that, did he? No bandits around here, girl. But I think I can help you find your friend. The boss sent us a fresh one, boys. Wrap her up and tie her down.
It's a girl! She's armed!
Zaid's hiding out here.
Here we go.
There are chains in the cart. Not just chains. Manacles. They were moving prisoners somewhere.
Oh yeah, it could be some weird hip-hop that somehow uses 666. Ah yes, Said. I can't believe Said lied to us. And it was a trap all along. I trusted him. Can't believe it. And yeah, Mount got a nice kill there for us. Love to see it.
The tracks lead to that compound. Maybe Nakoa's inside.
That Nora girl we got in the hole is nice and lean.
Don't get ideas. Zaid says hands off or he'll hit her price at auction.
Price at auction. Even though slavery has been outlawed, seems like it's still a thing for these guys.
You hear that?
I don't know why the door is open. Can you just go down already?
Nakoa? Jan sent me. Look, we can talk more once we get everyone out of this pit.
Jan sent you? I don't believe it. Well, I guess one of his prayers finally worked. You'll need a key to get us out. One of Zaid's men should have it.
All right. I'll be right back.
All right.
Please, help us get out of here.
Talk to Nakoa. She'll know what to do.
Yeah, we still have 2 more guys. And I'm pretty sure the guy back here that I killed was the guy with the key. But if you have the key, do you need to kill the last 2? Guess we'll find out. Don't think you actually have to.
You're back. I've got the key.
Okay, I guess you don't have to. You just need the key.
I need to keep the others safe. You deal with all of Zaid's men before we go, okay?
Alright, never mind. You do have to kill the last 2. Fine.
Prisoners. Chained up to be sold as slaves.
Well, the dialogue messes up a little bit doing it in this order, but oh well.
I'll help the others. Let's go.
I knew you were going to be trouble, girl. But you'll make it worth our while in the end.
The end is now, Zaid. For you and your men.
Instant day. I don't know what happened. I'm feeling this quest bugged out a little bit. Hit and missed.
You gave him a quicker death than he deserved.
My father was a hunter. He taught me every animal deserves a clean kill.
How did Zaid come to run a ring of slavers?
All the scum you just killed, they butchered for Zaid during the Red Raids. The new Sun King kicked them out of the army, but Zaid managed to lie his way out of trouble, then saw a new way to make a shard, putting his grunts to work here.
How did Zaid capture you?
I tried to get him at Day Tower, but he caught me, then let me go so he could have his men grab me later.
And after?
Said he was gonna sell me into slavery like the other poor bastards that came through here week to week. But he took his time, kicked me around whenever he stopped by. Guess me trying to kill him hurt his pride.
You've been through a lot.
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Zaid's dead. I was ready to go through anything to make that happen. And I did.
What are you gonna do now?
The others were in that cellar for months. The more run down they got, the harder it was for Zaid to sell them. They need food, rest, and hope. I'll take them to Meridian and tend to them.
You're not even going to try to go back? What about Jan?
The matriarchs won't let me back. Even if they would, I wouldn't go. They can burn for all I care. As for Jan, I know a way to get word to him. I'll miss that runt, but at least he'll know I'm safe.
Time for me to go.
Look, I don't even know your story. It must be a good one if they gave you the mark of a seeker. If you ever feel like telling it, look me up in Meridian. I'll be there until the others get back up on their feet. Until then, thank you for helping me cut this rot from the world. I don't know. Maybe now I can put Zaid behind me and remember my father as I should.
There we go.
As soon as the others are ready, we'll head for Meridian. Thanks again for all your help.
So done with the Daughter's Vengeance. You have the option to kill or spare Nil or fight him or not. At the towards the end of his story. Alright. Nakoa would definitely be a great character to see come back in Forbidden West. Actually, I think we'll take a break here, because I do need to go to the bathroom before we continue. We'll head back to the Norland, finish off some of the quests there. And then when we come back, I guess we might work our way towards Meridian. We'll see. But for now, I'll take a short break, fill up my water, and go to the bathroom. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. So, let's continue. And enough skill points for what I want right now. Like I said, heading back to, I guess, Valley Mead now. And finish off some more of the stuff. In the north side of the map. Or the Savage East.
Snow. It's not getting any warmer out here.
Set up here and get the Banuk figure. Banuk artifact, I name you. Tituk. Upon this peak I name you my son, that which I could not do before my exile. Sinnock, chieftain of my Warwick, thought your blood was his, but the truth was clear as the color of the sky, painted in your eyes as and mine. As I wander alone in this foreign land, it is not Sinnock's death that wounds me, nor the memory of Ili, your mother. Nor even the loss of the snow. Nor even the loss of the snow shield Bannerworm my home. But instead the silence that lay between us. Who should have been father and son? I paint my mark here for you and leave you this offering, but it will never be touched the warmth of your hands. Oh, sorry, though it will never touch the warmth of your hands. A little bit dispute over who the father was. I guess when the chieftain claims it, I guess there's not much you can do in that situation. Alright. Let's talk to Gara here and she will call us Little Spark, I think that's what she calls us.
Little Spark. Name's Jira. I run this fine watering hole.
I like what you've done with the place. Something troubling you, Jira?
When the Karja fort opened, I got word that my husband had come looking for me. But only the word made it to the fort. He didn't.
You have a husband?
Kendrick. Beat him in an arm wrestling match. I left him behind when I left the claim. Some metal sellers passed him at the bridge near the glare break. Seeing as you drift on the wind, Little Spark.
If I'm out that way, I'll look for him, but do you want him to find you, Jira?
Ever have those mornings when you wake up without all the answers? Still, I'll be heading up to the fort to resupply. Luck on your travels.
Life in the claim was never easy, but at least
Little Spark. Any sign of that man?
Not yet, Jira.
Patrols can be so boring.
So yeah, it'll be a little bit before we get around to that quest, the two old acquaintances. But might as well start it when we're here.
Sounds like you have friends in danger.
Employees, not friends. A caravan on its way to trade with the Banuk, along a trail that swarms with machines. I made sure they were well stocked with explosive arrows, but by the sun, they left them behind.
What sort of machines swarm the caravan's trail?
Scrappers and longlegs, from what I hear. But there have been stories of something worse. Something that strikes with no warning. Without explosive arrows, they won't stand much of a chance.
Why would they leave their best ammunition behind?
I don't know.
Xavier, the caravan boss, isn't the sort of man to make mistakes. I brought the crate hoping to catch them here. But for me to track them deeper into the wilds, that would be suicide.
If I come across the caravan, I'll do what I can to help.
Well, that's more than any of the worthless bums hanging about this dung pit offered. Here, take the ammunition I stockpiled for the caravan. You're sure to need it. And may the sun shine upon you. The strongest light.
Alright, under-equipped. So let's go and do under-equipped. Since one of the few quests we got left on the east side of the map. You're an actor and done plenty of voiceover work. Even I have trouble reading some of these data points, but not very well written, and English is also not your first language. Or English is your first language, gotcha. I mean, I can't really tell if they're well written or not, because to me they seem pretty good, but again, I'm not an English expert by any means. Yeah, I guess that's true, yeah. Like, especially the glyphs that are written by, like...
Lubavad's men had to abandon some of their goods. Lubavad's men must have killed these watchers. I hope they haven't run into anything worse.
Like, what's it called? The glyphs that are written by those Kaja scholars, for example, are supposed to reflect, I guess, how they would write them.
You there! I hope you've come to help, because we're getting slaughtered out here.
Well, thank you, Burst. Welcome to the stream.
Lubavad sent me after you.
Oh, I see. And did he happen to tell you why he packed us a crate of Ridgewood instead of decent ammunition? 3 waves of watchers and scrappers so far, and worse to come. Without that ammo, we're good as dead.
Rog only run low.
Lubavad didn't say anything about Ridgewood. He said you left the ammunition behind.
Then the old fool has gone cross-eyed. Every crate we loaded, I checked twice. The glyph said ammunition, but when we opened it, it was full of Ridgewood shafts and nothing but.
Lubavad sent me because he was concerned for your safety.
The only thing that frightens Lubavad is losing an investment. We do the work, he counts profits.
I have the ammunition with me. Enough for everyone.
By the sun. We might just stand a chance after all.
Alarms! Long leg approaching!
Alright, fight time.
2 arms! 2 arms!
So they woke up.
Oh, careful. I need to use bombs on these guys. Pretty good fight.
You fight well, Outlander. I'm surprised Lubavad was willing to pay for someone of your skill.
He didn't pay me, actually. I did this for free.
Never trust the Karja merchant.
Boss! The Sonkors are gone!
What? That's impossible. Unless Doreed took them. When the first wave hit us, one of the men ran off. Doreed. I thought he was a coward. Turns out he's a thief, too.
He couldn't have gotten far.
True, but we're in no shape to go after him.
Then I'll get him for you. But this time, I get paid.
Quick learner, eh? Fine. Bring those Soncors back and you've got a deal.
And yes, last, this is the story playthrough. Before Forbidden West. So far we made some pretty good progress, I would say.
Hello, Doreed.
Who are you?
The caravan sent me.
Caravan? What caravan?
The one you sabotaged. You figured no explosive arrows meant no survivors, no witnesses to your crime.
Look, stranger, I have debts. If I don't pay, the Dicers will gouge out my eyes.
I felt that!
That's some lovely teamwork there. With the map.
The caravan. Did they live?
Yes. I got to them in time.
Thank you. As I turn and embrace the sun, may he burn away my sins.
What a waste. At least he died better than he lived.
You're back. And with the Soncors, I see. And Doreed?
A, stalker got him. It wasn't pretty.
And you beat a stalker. That's worth a bonus. Here, take my share. You've earned it. I'll see to the caravan from here. I think the rest of the trip will go smoother.
I forgot. You're not talking?
We'll take up the trail once my men have caught their breath. Should go
Shadows are
smoother
getting
with no
long.
Doreed to sabotage us.
So done with that. Let's head back to Anders Gathering. I believe you can talk to the guy after completing it. Then we can head to the hunting ground. And complete Valley Meet. Are they not here? I thought this was one of the quests where you could return to the quest giver and talk to them, but I do not see them. So I guess not. Oh well. To the hunting ground. Need some sling here for this. We don't have a crystal braiding, so I guess we'll have to settle for the blue sling. Don't think I have any coils for it, no. I do not.
You can stay away. I have no quarrel with the Nora.
And I have no quarrel with you. What is this place?
These are hunting grounds, and I'm the keeper. I offer the element trials for those who want to join the Hunter's Lodge. Now you know, so you can be on your way.
Wait, what if I want to have a go at one of these trials?
Then I have to give them to you.
You're not very friendly, are you?
Oh, and the Nora are? Don't you usually kill trespassers and outlanders?
Is that what you're afraid of?
Look, I didn't choose this assignment. They told me it was an honor, then stuck me right near your sacred lands. So I'm keeping to what I know, herds and trials, and hoping I won't get murdered by Nora, angry about the Red Raids.
Just to be clear, I have no plans to murder you, all right?
Fine, but I'm watching you.
What are the trials?
These trials test a hunter's skill with different ammunition types when taking down machines. If you can't master mine in time, maybe you should try one of the easier hunting grounds out in the world.
How many hunting grounds are there?
5 in total. I'm sure one of the others would welcome you.
What's the Hunter's Lodge?
What it sounds like. A place where hunters get together, share war stories, and hunt dangerous machines.
Sounds easy enough.
Easy? What do you know, girl?
I know that for someone who doesn't want to fight a Nora, you're treading awfully close.
Fine. You already won the 3 half-suns you need to enter the lodge in Meridian. Go see for yourself how easy it is to get along there. 3 to choose from. Go ahead. For this trial, shoot the containers on Striders' backs with fire arrows. If you hit them right, you'll get quite a blast. Good. I'll start timing when you slide down a rope.
And fun fact, you don't have to slide down a rope to start the time.
Ready or not.
And that's a GG. It is. Pretty solid. Ever trust a Kaja merchant?
You want a blazing sun on your first try. That's admirable. If you can freeze enough machines and take them down, I'll consider it a pass. Good luck with that. Slide down a rope and we can get started.
Alright. For some freezing here. Can I one-shot them with freeze?
Again.
Boy, close though. I just need to wait for them to freeze a little bit. Could go for maybe a blow here. Yeah, I messed that up. I didn't think that was gonna kill them. I was hoping it was just gonna freeze them. Apparently that explosion was powerful enough, even on normal difficulty. Mistakes were made. Annoying part of this trial is having to hunt them now. There we go. Nice and easy. I did a restart from save because I guess I didn't kill enough machines, but I was like, might as well start over because I messed it up.
You want a blazing sun on your...
We'll skip that dialogue because he repeats the same one every time.
In this trial, you'll need to stun bellow backs with shock ammo and shoot off the components in their undercarriages. Get going.
Get going.
Wonderful. Now go down a rope and I'll time you.
Let's do this.
Nice and easy. Hey, Nick.
You want a blazing sun.
I'll take my leave.
You can always come back, but please don't.
Always come back, but please don't. Roll bags of canisters? Yeah, they have underneath as long as you stun them with shock or... I think they also get exposed if you freeze them. Or set them on fire, I'm not sure. Alright, we can learn the troubleshot now. Woo! Exciting. Might as well get some stealth. Alright, let's head to the cauldron. To the cauldron we go. Well, these machines just perfectly block the road. Rather impressive. What's my favorite cauldron? Probably Sai.
This must be the cauldron drums.
Either Sai or Rue. I think the most interesting to play through is probably Rue, but the coolest one is Sai because it stands out.
Door.
Hey, Dougie.
Entire place is part of some huge machine. But who made it? That thing looks like a triangular pipe. What's it for? Those things are moving components around. I wonder where.
Which skips should you learn first? I don't know. I don't really know how to answer that question, to be honest with you.
That thing near the gap.
Yo, Dougie, thank you so much for gifting us up to Ansky. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generosity, and Ansky, enjoy your emotes.
Just stay out of their way for now.
And yeah, I don't know. Try to focus on some of the minor
Looks
skips,
like
I would say.
Machines move components around.
Would be what I would focus on before adding some of the bigger ones, more intense ones.
Might regret this.
But starting out, you should just focus on getting the route down.
That's true.
Before you think about
Machines
skips.
are built in these places. But why? And by who? That's the heart of it all. It's gotta be. So how do I get inside? I've gone as far as this thing will take me.
Probably loot these. They have probably good loot in them. You know, it's a whole triangle. Whoops. Why would they have a way to get in? Because story-wise, if Apollo still was a thing, humans would eventually have to take over the functions of Gaia. So I guess humans would need a way to get into them. But since there's no Apollo, you know, that was never put into use. Because the idea was that Apollo would teach humans how to take over again, and, you know, Gaia fade to the background. Along with the subordinate functions. I assume that's why there's a way in. Not that I know that that's the case, that would just be my logical reasoning why I would think so. But feel free to come up with your own idea for it. Is Apollo really gone? Well, according to Ted, he deleted every copy, but he could be lying or not be aware of every copy. But we don't really know. And there was a copy on the Odyssey, but you know, the Odyssey supposedly vanished in space. Or failed, or whatever you want to call it. Ted isn't a tech genius or anything? Well, he is, kinda, you know, he did start Pharaoh as a company, so clearly has some technical knowledge. Okay, that should kill him. Or not. There we go. 50 handling. Don't mind if I do. So there could be some Apollo somewhere out there, but from what we know in this game, it seems like it's gone.
This will help me override them.
Again, unless Ted lied about that part, but he didn't really have a motive to lie that we know of, so, you know. Make of it what you will, I guess. And when we get to Maker's End, we'll get some of the lore about the, what's it called? The Odyssey. We get to Maker's End in this playthrough. Alright, I guess for now we're done with the North Territory. I know there's a corrupted zone here, we have the bandit camp and the side quest here, but we'll do that when we head towards the Frozen Wilds. For now, I guess we'll journey in towards the Katja territory. I guess our next project will be the hunting ground. Or we could do Rue right away. Now let's do hunting ground then Rue, because that makes sense pathwise than Tallneck, and yeah. Yep. Hunting ground then Rue.
The world beyond the sacred land. I need to find Olin and learn everything he knows. Who the killers were, how they saw me through his focus. Who the woman is. The one who looks like me. Why they want me dead. Olin's trail leads to Meridian. When I catch him, he will talk.
When it's released for Elkjaer? I don't know. At some point. Hopefully sometime this year, but likely not anytime soon. Still not comfortable about using a cam. Alright, we need a rope casting for these trials. Do we have something to put on it? No.
By the sun! Are you Nora? I've never seen one at a hunting grounds before, or at the Hunter's Lodge. How interesting.
What do you do here?
This is a place to test yourself against a herd of machines in the stamina trials. Think you can handle it?
I know I can.
Excellent. I like your spirit.
You're awfully friendly.
Well, you know, it gets lonely in the wilds after a few weeks. Terribly lonely, in fact.
What about your friend over there?
Oh, he doesn't count. Barely ever opens his mouth, and when he does, nothing interesting comes out.
Who are you? Why are you here?
Well, I'm a hunter, of course, and a member of the Hunter's Lodge. But I don't mind being out here. At least no one complains about my clothes, or my manners, or my personality. Don't let him in, he'll drive people off with his incessant chattering. Or, he stinks of fish again. That sort of thing. I don't stink of fish, do I?
No, it's, more like wet fur.
Well, that's something.
What are the trials?
The Hunter's Lodge makes sure hunting grounds around the world offer hunters a place to train. The trials here focus on the most important part of hunting, keeping your stamina up. Hunting isn't a sprint, it's a gauntlet.
So all you offer is training?
And a herd of machines. Plus, I'm allowed to award marks. Half sun, full sun, and blazing sun, if you do well.
What is the Hunter's Lodge?
A place in Meridian where hunters gather, socialize, and brag a lot. Me, I just love hunting machines. You've already won 3 half-suns, so you're eligible to enter the lodge yourself.
I don't think they did state. There's a data point that talks about killing off all the mosquitoes. But I haven't gotten to that data point yet. I forgot what that one is. I think it's in the jungle area.
Which trial looks interesting to you? I'll tell you how it's done. The remains of Watchers rest on 3 rises. Loot all of them before time runs out, and you pass. It sounds simple, but watch out for all the other machines down there. Good. Now slide down a rope to get started. Go, go, go!
Go, go, go. See you later, Steph. See you later, Godzilla. I forgot if the data point said if they actually killed them or if it was a discussion of doing it. But there's this data point talking about mosquito eradicating. Or eradicating mosquitoes. I forgot the details of it, but we'll get to it when at some point in this playthrough. Because like I said, we will go over all of them. These guys do a lot of damage on normal difficulty.
You won a blazing sun on your first attempt? Congratulations!
Now I'm playing on normal difficulty for this playthrough.
In this trial, you must tie down a trampler and shoot off the component under its belly. Are you ready? Good. I'll start timing once you choose a rope.
Stay still!
Yeah. I think that is still being debated in real life, whether or not mosquitoes are necessary, or what the consequences of killing all of them are. But I've seen some people claim that it would literally not change anything about the ecosystem if you killed off mosquitoes. But of course, I guess you can never be 100% sure.
You won a blazing sun on your first attempt? Congratulations!
But from what I understand, even here in 2022, we do actually have the ability to kill off all mosquitoes if we wanted to. It's just more of an ethical question at the moment.
This trial's about tying down glinthawks. But you need any type of rope caster and some ammo for that.
Oh.
I have to get going.
You know where to find me.
Yeah, it's creepy. Need to craft broadcast ammo.
Ready for another run? Now's your chance to show you can snare glinthawks. Lure them close to you, then tie them down in time to pass this test. Good choice. Slide down a rope and I'll start timing.
Oh yeah, I'm sure there are already some stuff. Like mosquitoes is probably a very common food for, I'd imagine, a lot of spiders, maybe, and such. Oh. Get the step. Nice. God, this trial can be so annoying. Phew. Guess we got that hunting ground done in first tries. Goddamn Glinthawks, I'm dead. Ah! Okay, we're safe.
You won a blazing sun on your first attempt? Congratulations!
I should leave for now.
Till the next hunt.
Yeah, they will be on YouTube. What I played through yesterday is already on YouTube. It's on the VOD channel. You can find a link to it below the stream. Actually, wait, I should buy some potions while I'm at this merchant. Also, let's see. And do we need these? Probably. I'll keep them for now. Do you have any unwanted stuff? We do.
Gonna come in handy.
Anyway, onwards. I changed my mind. We're going to the bandit camp now. Let's go say hi to Nil one more time. Hey, Kai5. How's it going? The B tier character. Are people still mad that I put him in B tier? Goddamn. Oh. I was looking at chat there. One time I look at chat, he hits me. It's like he knows. He's an interesting character, but putting him in A, just you know, putting him in A or higher just is a bit of a stretch for me. B is still pretty good, to be fair. Got another metal flower right here. Oh, there's another long one. It may indeed be fantasy when I essay to draw from all created things. Deep, heartfelt, inward joy that closely clings, and trace in leaves and flowers that round me lie. Lessons of love and earliest pity. So let it be, and if the wide world rings in mock of disbelief it brings, so will I build my altar in the fields, and the blue sky my fretted doom shall be, and the sweet fragrance that the wildflower yields shall be the incense I will yield to thee. Thee only God, and thou shalt not despise even me, the priest of this poor sacrifice. Poetry is hard to read out loud. I don't know if it's... I forgot the story of the metal flowers. I forgot if it's even explained or a fan theory at this point. But from what I understand, it is like Gaia that have left them around, you know, to commemorate Sobek after she died. But again, I'm not sure if that is actually stated in the game or if that's just something people have fan theoried about. I'm not entirely sure. But I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Gaia commemorating Sobek.
I saw some of the places you'd been. The new settlers have no appreciation of craft. They'd already piled your work in a ditch. But I knew the signs to look for. The scrabble in the dirt, those surprised splashes. I did tell you we'd meet again.
Nil. Still hunting bandits?
Oh, yes. I've been sharpening my blade, anticipating the scent of the fight. Don't get me wrong, these scum are odorous. A little panic and desperation really sets it off, though, like an incense.
So, what's your knife called?
Why would someone name a knife?
So much for small talk.
Are you ready?
Just don't think this means I enjoy it.
Don't worry. We'll take your secret to their graves.
Can you trust a man that names his bow but not his knife? That is the question.
They're still looking.
We don't kill Nil? When we get to the end of Nil's story, I'll guess you guys will have to vote about it. I'll let Chad vote on that one. Same for Olin, when we get to that. Really?
There's the alarm. Better keep an eye on it.
Miss one shot and all of a sudden everyone hears it. Oh well. Behind you now.
Who broke the
I see
signal?
where they've caged up the captives.
I think that was the last one. Yep. Alrighty. Where's the loot?
I'm not here.
Back here, isn't it? Inside the hut? Yeah. Sweet, sweet bandit loot. Nello's in the same spot, right? Yeah, he is. But I haven't talked to him. Wait. Wrong way. I am going the wrong way, apparently.
They're giving up.
You had much fun playing Guardians of the Galaxy? Even though I joked a lot about that game when it got announced, apparently it's pretty good, from what I hear. People are praising it. I will probably never play it myself, because I don't really care for Marvel stuff, but it's nice to hear that it's actually good. I guess people just expected it to be bad because of how the Avengers games turned out.
Remember how the blood pounded in your ears? They'll ring later, in the calm. It's a call to arms, from your inner desires.
Or a cry for help.
I wouldn't fight it.
I can tell. So you used to be a soldier. You fought for the Karja?
For them, against them. An empire always finds its wars. You can't be picky. The new king of Vod saw things differently. Called an investigation into war crimes. Aren't all wars a crime to someone? Still, I raised my hand and volunteered.
You volunteered to investigate?
No, I volunteered my confession. No sense wasting time with an investigation. I was sent to Sunstone Rock for 2 years. The trade was fair.
They sent you to a rock for 2 years? Is this some kind of Karja ritual?
No, Sunstone Rock is a prison, south of Meridian, south of the Rain Gathers. Our new Sun King is a believer in rehabilitation, as am I. In the heat of a stone cell, in the dark, I learned to focus on what was truly important to me.
What were these things you did, Nil?
Acceptable things, under the circumstances.
Acceptable to who?
I don't make decisions. Let's just say the rules of engagement suited me. But rules are important. A structure. Cage. Otherwise, you know of those places, lonely places where people once were? Now just a hole cut in the world. Chances are, I was there before.
Have you found a new partner yet?
I thought we were partners.
I have my own roads to follow, Nil.
And they seem to lead back to bandits. That works for me. I'm not suggesting a Karja wedding. I'm never lonely where there's killing to be done.
Time to move on.
A brief encounter for us, but the end for them. They were squalid lives anyway.
Perfectly mentally stable, Nil. Alright, let's go to Tolnik, and then we can head to Waterloo. He's fine, yeah, exactly. Totally fine, nothing wrong with him at all. Maybe Nil will be in Forbidden West? Most likely not. Him and Olin are probably the least likely characters to return, given the fact that you have the option to kill them. And since they have given us that option and said that every choice in the first game is canon, depending on what you choose, you know, they can't really put him in the game. Because that would be very disrespectful to the people that chose to kill him. Because to the people that killed him, well, he's dead. So, you know. I don't know what TW is. Or The Witcher? I think they're just gonna play it safe and just not have Olin or Nil be in the game. To keep it as simple as possible.
Alright. Now I just have to reach its head.
I think that's probably how it's gonna work. But see, the problem with having that dialogue in the beginning for a character that's not a main character would spoil that he's in the game. So like, if you literally boot up the game and it's like, hey, did you kill Nil in the first game? Yes, no. You know. Then all of a sudden, oh, we know he's there. I mean, I guess it's not a big deal, but still, you can see that would be a bit messy, right? Oh yeah, we also have the log from the tall neck. Where is it? It's Observer log USW18. Wiring query sent. No responding. Gaia Prime. Ping inert agents. Dormant. 31 out of 30. But yeah, I think they're just gonna play it safe and be like, yeah, we're just not gonna have those two characters in the game. Isn't there a data point along this shore here? I think there is, but maybe it's a bit further up. Oh yeah, it's here. Vani in concert. Listen up, cool kids, it's time to stop crapping on Vani. So the new Vani in concert experience is, well, more or less what you expect. Vani sings, Vani dances, Vani shifts skins, the crowd goes wild, Vani gyrates through set pieces after set piece that push the pleasure button stick right up to the bio-transgressive edge of metal porn without quite going over the shore. Vani's a corporate mascot, and its music is algorithmically assembled glitter trash, but that doesn't make service agreements any less catchy or uncomfortable. And the anthem early adopter still blasts a clarion call to data corrupted. And then I believe there's another one over by a tank somewhere here. It might be up here, close to Rue. Yeah, I think it's this tank right there. What does that even mean? Exactly. Could mean a lot of things.
They saw us.
But it seemed like somebody was dealing with some sort of PR nightmare. At least from what I could gather from that. Metal versus Meat. Sunday, Captain Chromo versus Pink Slip. Rex W. Challenger Captain Chromosome keeps on coming. But can Man Muscle defeat Pink Slip? Journal manager Zeke Garrett's vicious machine enforcer, who will be hired and who will be fired. Whether you experience it real or by hollow, this will data corrupted. That's some sort of pay-per-view event, potentially. Actually, didn't we get a data point from the first Cauldron we did, Sigma? Oh yeah, we did. I didn't look at that one. Sigma Core Log 763. Active Production Oversight Analysis. Active Manufacturer Type. Intrusion Source External. Countermeasures Phase Shift. Intrusion Denied. Right, time to journey into Root. How many skill points do we have? Oh, we have a good amount apparently. Like this, and strike from above is pretty handy, so let's get that.
Off I go.
What pipe, Aloy?
Looks like I'm not the first to look for a way in. What a waste. They were curious too. Feeling better prepared. I hope it's enough. Looks like things are going my way. That rushing sound again.
No problem, Billy. Take care. And thanks again for the generous donation earlier. Really appreciate it.
Through that shell. Circular device. What does it do? All right, that should get me through.
Oh, grab onto it. Thank you. Stretching out. If you've been sitting down for a while, I guess it's time to stretch. Don't let your body go all stiff.
Hunt's over. Fight's on. The machines collect blaze from the wilds, and it all flows here. Blood to heart. Cauldron reason.
I can not get my footing here. There we go. To kill those. Otherwise I can't override it. Yeah, it's a neat little skip, so you don't have to go all the way around this room to get up there. I don't know why I couldn't find my footing on it though, but it is what it is.
That's where I need to go. The belly of this giant beast. That's where I need to go.
Yeah, you can see the 100% speedrun on my YouTube if you want to check it out. You didn't like the cauldrons? Why is that? I think they're pretty cool. I like to see a lot more of them in Forbidden West. Make them a bit more dungeon-like, hopefully. Or maybe a bit more intricate. Love to see that. Yeah, it is a speedrun category. Too stressed for your nostalgia abilities? Oh well.
This is about to get a lot harder.
Double shooting on my part. There we go. Cauldron done. Thank you, Ansky.
That's it. More machines I can override.
737. Now my record is 657. Oh, sorry. Yeah, 657 is the record. Alright, let's check the data point we get from that. Whole log 653 set from root. Production oversight analysis. Adaptive manufacture type. Instruction source external. Countermeasures phase shift. Intrusion denied. Intrusion source external. Countermeasure phase shift. Breach firewall 3706 403. Reboot purge successful. Intrusion denied. Oh, speedruns for this game are counted in the, or are mainly focused on the loadless time, because load times varies quite a lot depending on which version of the game you're playing. So in speedruns we tend to focus on the, like I said, loadless time. All right, so I guess from here we should probably head to Meridian now. So let's go to Meridian and finally meet up with Aaron there. That's a bit too steep of a drop. Let's go the other way around. But of course, you can always choose to just look at the real time if you personally care more about that. I know some people think real time is more important, but when you're competing on the leaderboard for this game, loadless time is what people what's it called?
Arrested 2 for disorderly conduct.
Yeah, the Skyrim horse. Yeah, I'll do whatever you want. When does poll open? What poll? Oh, Poland? When we get closer to the excavation site. Let's go and get the view. Nah, we'll get the viewpoint after. Because we'll be heading that way anyway.
City are subject to search.
This is outrageous. We're loyal citizens.
Gotta take over my brother's shift today. Sure as the
What's
sun's
going on
rising
here?
off court.
Olin's in there, somewhere. And so's Erend, that other outlander I talked to the night before the proving. Erend said he'd introduce me to his sister if I visited Meridian. Said she was captain of the Vanguard.
City's locked down on account of the murder.
It's always the merchants who suffer.
Good luck getting through, Outlander.
Halt! Stop right there. In light of the recent attack, no stranger passes into Meridian without submitting to search.
Recent attack? What are you talking about?
The murder of Captain Ursa and her vanguards, of course. Ambushed by Shadow Carja forces in Redridge Pass.
Ursa? You mean Erend's sister is dead?
How would you know his name?
I know Erend. Summon him. I need to speak to him.
Ha! I doubt that Erend, the new captain of the Vanguard, a man in grief, is going to waste his time on a grimy outlander.
Aloy, hey, you're alive. I thought you were dead. Make way, make way.
All the way to Meridian just to see me?
Have you been drinking?
Ah, not really. A little. So you're alive. This we should celebrate. The drink's on me.
We need to talk alone, and you need to pull it together.
Over there.
So you approve?
Of course I approve. From now on, she may come and go from this city as she pleases.
As you wish, sir.
There. Alone as you asked. And what did you want to tell me?
I heard what happened to Ursa. I'm sorry. I know she was special to you.
Special to me? Special to everyone. She always knew what to do. She bossed everyone around. She kept me in line. Now I'm supposed to fill her shoes. And instead, here I am, stumbling around in them.
What are we filling here, chat? Heart, brain, or fist? Just type it in chat. I'll give you guys half a minute or something. I forgot we had a choice here. How are you guys feeling? Fist is in the lead. Any more votes? All right. Anybody else want to break the tie here before I choose? No? Well, fist it is.
Then stop feeling sorry for yourself and live up to her example.
So much for a shoulder to cry on.
Everybody loses people they care about. Tears don't change that.
Don't worry. Any tears I had just froze up.
A lot has happened since we last spoke. The Proving was attacked by a group of killers. Not many of us survived.
We were in the village when we heard explosions up on the mountain. Some of your braves came back, said most of the contestants were dead. I've never heard such a wail of grief as the sound that rose up from your people. How did you survive?
How I survived is less important than how I was targeted.
Targeted? What do you mean?
The killers came for me because of Olin.
What are you talking about? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I feel like you guys were a bit harsh when you chose that, but fair enough.
I need to find Olin. I need to know what he knows.
But he's a friend.
No, he's a traitor. I don't know who the killers are or what they want, but I do know that Olin is working with them.
But I mean, this...
I don't need you to understand, Erend. I just need you to take me to him.
He's not here. He went scrounging for scrap and relics days ago. It could be anywhere.
Are there any places he frequents, places he returns to?
A house. Here in Meridian.
Okay, then take me there. I need to search it.
I guess. As long as I'm there to witness the search.
I need to see Olin's place. Now.
Okay, okay. Come on.
I know there's a lot of data points and stuff in Meridian. We'll go over those when we return off the excavation site.
So many people here, all talking at once. How does anyone think?
I don't. I just drink.
Now we'll focus on the main quest here. And then we'll return back here.
Better wares. Don't pass up these goods. Is she finest goods here? See for yourself.
Apparently they're letting anyone into the city these days.
Would you like to buy something today?
Vengeance
You'll regret not
Check
stopping
out these
when you're in the thick
wares.
of it.
How long will a bud hide in his palace? Blood for blood. Vengeance for Ursa. How long will a bud hide in his palace?
Year after year, why does he spare those who enslaved and tortured and butchered? Erend, you should want vengeance more than anyone. Your own sister, murdered, and her death, unavenged?
One more word, you scorched out slag, and I'll throw you in jail myself! Now get out of here, or I'll give you all a kick in the ass!
What did he mean about Ursa's murder?
Not now.
Okay, how are we gonna get in? Oh, that was subtle.
Here we are. Try not to break anything.
Subtlety is what Erend is known for.
All of this for one man.
It pays to have connections in the Sun King's court.
Let's see what's underneath.
Hey, how did that get here?
Question is, how to get through it.
Without a key, you won't. That's a vault hatch of Oseram make. Nothing gets through.
We'll see about that.
I don't think you're getting through that hatch.
Are you sure you're okay?
I'm sober enough, all right? I don't need another lecture.
That's not what I meant. I was talking about what happened outside with the crowd.
I don't want to talk about that. We're here because of what you said about Olin, so do what you need to do.
Did Olin ever invite you in?
Nah. Closest I got was a doorstep to help him home after a night out. We drank a river that night, but I hold it well. Usually.
You said Olin has connections in the royal court. Does he know the Sun King personally?
No. He served the court as a scout sometimes and sold ancient trinkets to nobles, but he never had an audience with the king. If you're right, and Olin's into something dark, Sun King Avad has nothing to do with it. I'd stake my life on that.
I'll look around.
That's what we came for. Call it a day, girl.
Looks big and heavy. Could do a lot of damage if it fell down. Let's give it a little push.
I did say not to break anything, didn't I?
Well, there we go. Now the hatch is open. I get it if you get more dialogue with Aaron. Sorry. Yeah, Aaron, if talk to him here.
Aren't you gonna see what's down there?
Oh yeah.
All right, back to it.
Okay, you didn't get more dialogue.
Looks like Olin kept a journal.
Olin? I knew he he could read contracts, but I never took him for a poet.
No doubt now. Olin knew I was targeted.
Olin's journal. 4th day. I'm a traitor now, and I see no way out. If I start at the beginning how they turned me, perhaps I can see something I missed. No, there's no escape. What good can writing it do? Sorry. I read that wrong at first. 10th day. You gave me this folio when you taught me to write. All these years later, it still smells of you. Lavender and ash of the forge, all I have left of you. Write me notes, you said when you gave it. Share your thoughts, tear the leaves, send the pages. To show I'm thinking of you, but I never did. Hands too grubby to touch parchment. How I wish I'd done as you said, how I wish I could now. 15th day. The same dream, your hair in the forge light, a sun's weight on my shoulders, all of us free. You turn to me and whisper, "It is a dream." I answer, "Yes, I know." And then wake alone. Even awake, my life is a dream. A lie, my treachery will not buy off your freedom. It only buys time. But every moment you live that he lives is treachery is the cost, I will pay it. 34th day. Every week the device calls to me in secret to a new dig site. We work like men with wisp to our backs, as though it was left us to upturn the soil of the entire earth, and time has run low. Scrapping to find the carcasses of ancient demons. It's the weapon they want, must be. What misery am I helping birth into this land? 38th day. I drink with Aaron and Ursa, but not even the sweetest brew can wash the taste of guilt from my mouth. Every day my silence betrays them. The villains watch through the device. I keep expecting Ursa to stick a blade through my throat, but fire and spit, she does not suspect me. A better liar than I thought myself must be. 54th day. Fitful sleep the past 3 nights, thinking on that Nora girl. Why did it order her killed? The device must be, even so. What threat could she pose? We heard explosions and distant screams from the village. I thought the savages might blame us. Turn on us. I almost wished for it, but their matriarchs ordered us gone. We fled to the border with an escort of braves, crossed at Day Tower. Now I am called to a dig site in Rockreth, in the Rockreth. They promised another glimpse of you, of our son. How I hope to see you both.
A map. The glyphs show places he visited.
Serve and they live. Disobey, and I will open their throats and leave their corpses to prune in the sun.
They took his wife and child captive.
They? Who's they?
The killers. They told him to obey or they'd kill his family. There's your proof. Read the last page. He writes about meeting me and the order to kill me.
He called himself a friend. That backstabbing cheat. How did you learn to read glyphs? And these things that you see, how do you do it?
The focus. It reveals the unseen.
And Olin's focus, it's the same?
The device is the same, but somehow Olin and the killers can speak to each other with their focuses over distances, and see through each other's focuses too, like looking through each other's eyes.
So that's how the killers saw you, through Olin.
Yes, so far as I can tell. Now that I know where to find Olin, I should be on my way.
All by yourself?
Leave it to me. I'm faster on my own.
Wait. If that device lets you see the unseen...
Out of the way, Erend.
I'm asking you to help me, Aloy. I need to know who killed Ursa. Not just the Shadow Karja army, I know that, but the exact soldiers who did it.
I'm sorry about your sister, but that's your war, not mine.
Don't act like this isn't personal. You came here hunting the people who nearly killed you, who massacred your people. Why should you have justice and not me? Look, I'll head for Red Ridge Pass, where Ursa's body was found, and wait for you there. A few minutes of your focus is all I need. Don't make me beg.
Red Ridge Pass, you said? I'll see what I can do.
The Field of the Fallen. But for now, we'll continue with the City of the Sun. So, let's do that. So, let's head to the excavation site now. Like I said, we'll come back to Meridian and go over data points and side quests here. Aloy was a dick for not wanting to help. I mean, I'm sure she's, like, wants to find Olin before he escapes again so she can get more information. You know. And, you know, everyone she's ever known, you know, doesn't really like her, so at this point she's not great friends with Erend, you could say. Or trustworthy. I would understand Aloy having trust issues at this point. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyway, that also means it's time for, since we're heading to excavation site, let me start a poll here. I'll give you guys 3 minutes. Should be enough. Do we save or kill Olin, or save or spare? In this playthrough. I'll leave his fate in your hands.
It's done. I can't kill anyone else.
Looks like the overwhelming majority wants to spare him. Fair enough. But let's see if it quickly changes or something. If you can't see the poll, it appears on top of the chat. But just for your information. And if you don't see it, you can update the window you're watching in or the app, if you're watching on an app. That power corrupts, right? Sure.
This is what you intend. To bring these ancient things back to life.
Their power serves us.
Machine demons from beneath the ground. It's a nightmare.
Nightmares, yes. The worst dreams of our enemies come true. Yes, rise!
For catching him alone.
These things will destroy us all!
They will only destroy our enemies and bring us back the lands that were taken.
Stop working.
Search the area. We may have intruders.
Forgive this intrusion, Aloy. You left me no choice.
Who is this?
An interested party. Now their focuses are disabled, but I don't know for how long. The rest is up to you.
Who is this?
Dougie, thank you so much for gifting us up to SecTech. Really appreciate it.
Kill her! No, you had your chance.
Oh, you got one of them. Wait, too far away. That's a good shot. But yeah, thank you so much, Sagi. Really appreciate it, and enjoy the emotes. I need my Riesling out. This.
She's on the move.
Where? We were
Get
just
a shot from down here.
started.
There we go. Beautiful fight.
Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
Alright, looks like we're sparing Olin. I didn't see the result of the poll, but I noticed there was still a landslide with a couple of seconds to go, so I'm gonna assume we are sparing him. Oh, look at that wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle.
I promise. I'll tell you everything.
I know you will. The killers who came for me at the Proving, who are they?
The Eclipse. Some kind of holy warriors. A cult of the Shadow Karja.
Shadow Karja?
Except they're not like any Karja I've known. They don't pray to the sun. They worship some kind of devil.
I'm not interested in their superstitions.
Oh, it's not a superstition. Their devil is real. It has a name, a voice. The most terrible voice. And they do its bidding.
What are these Eclipse cultists after besides me?
They never said. But given the Karja civil war, they must want to overthrow Sun King Avad and take Meridian back.
What do I have to do with that?
I don't know.
When they attacked the Proving, a man came for me. Tall, strong, dead eyes.
Helis.
And who is he?
The terror of the sun. Stacker of corpses, we Oseram called him, when he was the Mad Sun King's champion. If only he'd died with his king. But now he leads the Eclipse. I tell you, he's the most dangerous man alive.
How did the Eclipse recruit you? I know they took your family hostage, but why you?
I was a scrounger, a rummager in dark places, good at what I do. I suppose they knew I would serve them well as a scout. I had taken a delve near Maker's End. When I surfaced, they were waiting. I laughed when I saw the priest, but then he showed me Helis's encouragement. I didn't laugh after that. They gave me a focus to watch my every move. I followed orders.
You had access to Meridian. Why didn't they get to Avad through you?
Too much dirt under my nails for an audience with the one true Sun King. But whatever Ursa or Aaron told me, the Eclipse heard every word through my focus. That's why I couldn't warn you. If I'd tried, they would have killed my family.
You say this devil the Eclipse worship has a name?
Hades. That's what they call it.
Hades. And you've heard it speak?
Steel to my soul, I heard. Just once, when it saw you. Such a voice. A cold, awful jangle. It scrapes your bones, it hollows your guts. A metal sound, but like nothing dug from the earth or smelted in a forge.
And what did it say?
System threat detected. Just 3 words. But in the voice of a devil.
Why are the Eclipse digging up ancient machines? And how do they get them to work?
I thought they wanted them for scrap, but they brought them back to life. Plugged some kind of device into the corpses so that Hades could whisper to them and call them from their grave.
I've fought that kind of machine before. Are there others?
Yes, the ones you fought today they called corruptors, but there are others, much bigger, bristling with ancient weapons. Those they call Deathbringers. I've only seen them buried in the ground, but after today, anything is possible.
Sounds to me like they're raising an army.
If so, the world will fall. And I helped dig the pit.
The Eclipse were sent to kill me because I look like another woman. Older, maybe twice my age, short hair. Who is she?
I don't know. My focus found her image once, in the ruins at Maker's End. Maybe you can find her there.
You found her image in the ruins? How?
There was a door. Beside it, a kind of ancient device that contained the woman's image. My focus recorded the location. You do look like her. Is she your mother?
I'm the one asking questions. I've heard enough. It's time to finish this.
I won't beg for my life. But if there's any mercy in you, free my family. Please.
Where would I find them?
My focus recorded the location. There are always guards there. You look like you can handle yourself.
Well, the chat decided that we are sparing his life. But let's just add this extra dialogue for fun.
All this time I tracked you down. I thought this decision would be simple. It's not. Your role in events was coerced. Perhaps you're not an evil man. Just a weak one.
I am. The only strength I ever found in this life was my family.
Death is what you've earned. And yet...
I know what I deserve, Aloy. You shouldn't hesitate.
Well, people that watched live decided that we are sparing him. But here we go.
It will take many good deeds to make up for the crimes you've committed.
You're sparing me? After all I've done?
Yes. Forge a new life, Olin. One of better make.
Then the rest of my life will be lived in your debt.
Go to the place where your family is being held and wait for me. We'll make their lives the first ones you save.
I didn't earn this mercy, but I will die to make myself worthy of it. I will be waiting for you.
City of the Sun done. Alright. It'll be interesting to see if Chad has the same mercy when it comes to Nil. I guess we'll find out about that sometime later in the playthrough. Alright, so I feel like now let's just finish off Olin's story since we're here anyway. So let's head down to Collateral and finish off the Olin story. Just to try and keep it somewhat chronological. Ouch. Sounds like you played a bit too much Skyrim, Burst.
I can get out of this.
Wait, is that from Oblivion? Oh, I thought that was from Skyrim. My bad. Goes to show how much I know, I guess. Can you kill him after the family mission? No. He's behind the rock here.
You'll have to show me how you do that trick one day. Aloy, you're a woman of your word.
Olin. Your family. I saw the threat from Helis. You have a wife and young boy?
If I'd have striven to keep them safe instead of all I've done.
This is your chance, Olin. That's why we're here.
I'll take it. A kinder deal was never struck.
They're being held close by?
Yes, the farmstead just beyond these rocks. I'll take you. That's it. Nestled against the spurflints.
Exactly, Olka.
Best not to think about the previous.
Cat showed mercy.
Too late.
Talk to him here? I forgot.
So this is it. I can't bear being so close, and yet.
It's almost over. How many Eclipse are we talking?
From what I've seen, a fair few. Well-armed and armored. Bowmen watching from the ridges. But there's no space for their machine demons.
You've been watching for a while? What's the best way in?
You think if I had a head for strategy, either of us would be in this mess?
Fair point.
We could storm the front gate, Osram style. Or take it from the sides, or the ridge above. Maybe you could get on the rooftops. Not me. I'm too heavy cast.
Should I do this alone?
I don't doubt you could. But with the Eclipse, there's always another blade at your back. So I'll watch yours if you'll let me.
Let's fight with him.
Let's go.
You have my steel.
He deserves to fight for his own family. But we'll try to be stealthy. That's fun, because I don't often get to be stealthy. Downside of being a speedrunner. Don't do much stealthy gameplay. And I already butchered it. Okay, this is why I don't do stealth, I guess. Because I'm not good at it, apparently.
You see anything? Too high.
They must be in the
We can't.
I'll let Owen finish that guy. "10 out of 10 stealth gameplay. Exactly what you would expect from a speedrunner." I think you can talk to him here, right? No?
You were in my way.
What do you mean? In your way?
This has to be where they're holding Olin's family. Bolton. Come on, come on.
Remember, it is stealth if there's no witnesses? Yes. Good way of putting it. Well, like Olin is bugging out a bit there.
Oh, my wife, my child. Aloy, I owe you 3 debts deep.
Thank the sun. You found us.
I found someone who had the courage I hoped for in myself. It's she who deserves your gratitude. I've much to confess. I accepted a devil's bargain, and others paid the price.
And you think I don't know? I heard them talk.
You know there's always been dirt on my hands. Now there's blood too.
Take your son up in those hands. Come back to the claim with us.
You should listen to your wife, Olin.
But Hedis and his demons. I am honor-bound to help you, Aloy. With what little honor a dicer like me has.
Olin, whatever your debts, you don't owe them to me now. Go with your family. Show them you're a better man.
Farewell, Aloy. Your mother. I hope you find her before they do.
Yeah, that came off really wrong. Probably.
Oh
wait, it's the same dialogue.
I've much. You know this.
You should listen.
But with what?
Olin.
Farewell.
Yeah, I thought there was more dialogue there. Guess not. Might as well get the metal flowers while we're here. But my plan is still to go back to Meridian. But these metal flowers is a bit out of the way, so let's just pick them up now.
Hard to be stealthy on this thing.
Now the cordial clouds have shut all in, and gently swells the wind to say all well. The scattered drops are falling fast and thin, some in the pool, some in the flower bell. I am well drenched upon my bed of oats, but see the globe come rolling down its stem. Now, like a lonely planet, there it floats. Now it sinks into my garment's hem. Sorry. What do you get for picking the metal flowers? You can trade them in on Meridian for some good boxes with some loot in them. But other than that, not much. Sadly. And of course you get the poems from each of them. The ones I've been reading out loud. Boom, boom. 16 days, 3 hours, 1 minute, and 4 seconds. Dang. Only getting closer.
Metal flowers.
As a fond mother when the day is o'er, leads by the hand her little child to bed, half willing, half reluctant to be led, and leaves his broken playthings on the floor, still gazing at them through the open door, nor wholly reassured and comforted by promises of others in their stead, which, though more splendid, may not please him more, so nature deals with us and takes away. Our playthings, one by one, and by the hand, lead us to the rest so gently that we go, scarce knowing if we wish to go or stay, being too full of sleep to understand how far the unknown transcends what we know.
Well, why not?
Gotta love poetry. I think there's a data point right down here, so might as well go and pick it up. Yeah, there's a data point right here. I remember there's one like literally next to the flower here, so where is it though? Behind me? Oh, it's right here in the water. Yeah, I knew there was one right next to the flower. Verdirip program. Portland excuse me. Portland International Vertiport is committed to your comfort. The Portland International Vertiport wishes to thank you for your recent patronage. We understand that physical travel can sometimes feel like an uncomfortable and how do you say that? Anachronism? For those occasions when your bloody presence is required elsewhere. We are committed to making the experience as convenient and effortless as possible. Sorry. To that end, we offer an exciting opportunity to join a new Vertiport program. A surprisingly affordable annual subscription fee grants access to a number of luxuries on-site and amenities. Relax at Deep Green, a premium spa, or visit Data Corrupted. Alright, we won't go into the jungle area now. We'll head back to Meridian, do some stuff there. So, let's go. No problem, Sector. Take care. Yep, 1802. So whenever it's, as soon as it's the 18th, you can play the game. And you can even pre-install it. Alright, so what is the first thing we'll do here in Meridian? I guess we'll get this data point right here. I guess it's one of the glyphs. Ah yes, the Liberation. The Liberation of Meridian. An official account ascribed by the Reganus of the Sun Priest and marked with the emblems of truth and exacting Baron who witnessed these events. In the 21st year of the 13th Sun King Duran's reign, the twilight time of his madness, the Sun King's own favored heir was put to death. The Radiant Cataman's crime was to be deemed an end to his father's acts of bloodshed, and his sacrifice set that end in motion. Duran's second heir, the Radiant Abad, fled Meridian at dusk with his honored guard, soldiers loyal to him over the Sun King. All night they traveled northwards, knowing that come to the dawn, they would be branded as traitors and marked for death. So it was that when Duran made that proclamation, they had already traveled far, and in time they reached the edge of the Sundom and crossed into Oseram territory. For Avad was canny and planned to negotiate terms with the Oseram. He knew he had an ally among them, Ursa, a fierce Oseram warrior with whom Avad had a long and unusual history. 2 years earlier, Ursa had been brought to Meridian as a captive, destined for sacrifice. But she survived the Sun Ring, killing 2 Kestrels by her own hand. Thus did she earn the honor of being made a palace slave. And in this role came to know Prince Avad. A rare friendship was formed, and Avad conspired to free his friend, who returned at once to the Oseram homeland. Now desperate for allies, Avad sought out the Oseram he had helped to free. Ursa had ties to the warlords and the freebooters, who registered the Red Raids. With Ursa's might and Avad's keen strategy, they could raise a war band and move to overthrow Duran. And as the rightful heir to the throne of the Sun, Avad hoped to inspire many of his people to rebel, so sparing Meridian from a dawn out of war. After months of preparation, Avad and his allies crossed the border and marched on Meridian. A word of the advance spread. Many Carja soldiers fled back to the city, laid down their arms, or even joined the liberators. Yet, wise Avad knew that Duran's faithfuls would defend Meridian to the last man, even sacrificing the lives of its citizens if it would hold the whole city against the siege. He found Kestrels and the city guard already set in on the walls, ready to face arrow and shot But Avard's Oseram allies had brought new weapons, never seen beneath the sun. Thundering cannons, strong as machines, Avad permitted them to fire their salves on the outer walls, bringing the many defenders down with the great carnage. As the smoke cleared, the liberators attacked in 3 groups. One scaled the walls beneath the Temple of the Sun, another took another took to the aqueducts of the palace, while the main focus overcame the barricaded city gates with cannon fire. These were the final blasts fired at the holy city as Avad forbade any further destruction. In the streets, too many scenes of brutality and chaos played out to recount. Among the terrible miasma of blood and smoke, the Sunring slaves' pit were opened and hundreds spilled out, desperate to escape. Many of Jiran's supporters seized their chance to flee with this flood of unfortunates. The day had turned, and seeing his forces much reduced, the Sun King Jiran orders his trusted kestrels take Edaman, his sole remaining heir, from the city. Helis, terror of the sun, cleaved a path through Meridian from east to west, striking down all in his way, ally and foe alike. The savagery of Helis and his kestrels could not be matched, and so it was that Edaman, his mother, and the Dowager Queen Nasadi, and the High Sun Priest Bahavis escaped. Avad confronted Jiram in his solarium. He had hoped his father would answer for his crimes honorably, but seeing this could not be so, with great anguish he struck him down, as the murder of the true Sun King is an unthinkable act, and surely would plunge the world into shadow. Jiran's death proved that the sun had renounced his legitimacy. Yes, sun had turned to shadow on the throne of Meridian, and it was Avad's light that drove the shadow out to the west, where it remains to this day. So was the cycle of things corrected in this, the first year of the reign of the 14th Sun King, the Radiant Avad. Well, there we go. Learned more about the liberation.
Move along. You have no need to lord
Hey, Montana. And then we have another one right here. The Mad Sun King. Some more about Jiran here. Let me get some water here. The reign of the Mad Sun King. Be warned, reader, that as a true account of the Mad Sun King Jiran's acts, these glyphs are bolted in blood. Truly, the savageries committed can barely be recounted. So pray to the cleansing sun for yourself and the teller of these tales. You will learn of grievous wounds inflicted on foreign lands in the reaping of sacrifice. The red raids for the Mad Sun King would order a whole generation cut from each village, so they might more willingly supply, sacrifice, and be harder pressed to field fighting men on the next raid. The Otaru who sought to appease with gifts of grain were slaughtered in such numbers that upon the following harvest the maize grew black and blue, with the blood of the dead. Against the Oseram, the terror of the sun piled the corpses of their fallen up to the walls of their villages, so his kestrels might clamber upon the dead to enter. And in the valley of the barbarian Nora, terrors of the savage east, such savagery ensured that the trees were dropped with the corpses hung as grim warnings. Should you wish to read of the Mad King's depredations against his own people, your curiosity will not go unsated. Within are accounts of the deaths of those sentenced to the Sun Ring, listed in such detail you might think it reported by their own shattering skulls, once piled outside the city gates. nor will you find a more harrowing account of his massacre of the Hunter's Lodge. Reading these accounts, you might imagine yourself among its brave hawks as they fought to the last blood-dying. Excuse me, I read that wrong. Let me start that over. You might imagine yourself among its brave hawks as they fought to the last, bloodying the same from dawn till dusk, or perhaps in the crowds as the loosed behemoths careened through the stands with the crashing of wood and bone. All this crazed bloodletting did the mad Sun King take in with his pitiless gaze. Indeed, he would not even look away from the goring of his own son in that the ring of death. Yes, fair-haired Cataman of the dawn's rising, so degraded and doomed for the crime of standing against his father. Such a true and complete account of the mad Sun King's Duran's miseries cannot be found in the history of annals, or heard from the reconnaissance of the Sun Priest. It is with heavy heart that I scribe these events, leaving out no shocking detail. But my debt is to history and to you, brave reader. What should we do next turn, Meridian? Go up to the Sun Ring here and get another one of these data points. There's one right here in the middle. The Sun's Faith. 7 articles of the Sun's Faith. First, over all the world rise and sets the great sun, as it's plainly seen. To all plants, animals, machines, and men it gives life, as it's plainly seen. Of all the tribes, none have scaled such heights as the Karja, as guided by the sun, witnessing these things to be true each day. Celebrating these things each day, we believed in the sun and its light gladly and without question. Second, only the sun's rightful heir, born of the Radiant line that dates back to Araman, the founder, is the speaker of the sun. To him the sun desires are revealed, and from his lips its desires are acted upon by men. He shall be known as the Sun King, and his word shall be law. Third, in all things we accepted the sun's judgment. We offer a we offered our bared skin to it, so it might burn our sins away. We partake of its renewal, we wear its heart for a time. As our skin bears its flesh, its bronzed armor, we are made strong. In the cracking and the peeling away of our old sleeves, we are made new. Fourth, in the sun's light we shall speak only in truth. We shall strike only in righteousness, and we shall act as we believe the sun so task us. When the shadow falls across us, we shall always remember our illuminations. We shall not cast blame for ill fortune, we shall endure. In the coldness of the moon we accept there will be stillness and death and endings, until dawn comes once more. We do this because there are two halves of nature, sun and shadow, and to deny one is to deny the whole of things. Fifth, as a twilight time came before us, ending the world as the ancients I'll do that over. Fifth, as the twilight time came before us, ending the world as the ancients, so shall a twilight time come again. But this is the cycle of things. The buried shadow shall rise up to eclipse the sunlight, and usher in great and terrible change. Even knowing this, we are steadfast in our belief and trust that the sun will again bring a new dawn, as it did for all founders so long ago. 6. Holy Meridian shall forever be the seat of the Carja, the city of the sun, and the spire venerated as the mark of its founding. A Sun King born of the Radiant line shall always sit upon its throne, for without a speaker of the sun, its will is clouded. For either of these to be denied is to invite a twilight time upon us. 7th. Clearly the Carja are the children of the sun and preeminent in its gaze, but so too does its light touch upon the barbarian tribes of the north, east, and south. It is the speaker of the sun's duty to interpret if the sun's gaze is direct in approval of reproach. So determined is it is the duty of the Carja to carry out the sun's will, even in places where the light does not reach. Hey, Norliv. There you go. More about the sun's faith. Alright. And since we just did the sun's faith, or went over that, let's do Honor the Fallen. I feel like should be a good side quest to do here. But did you know, I think a lot of people probably missed it. Remember Irid we talked to right before the proving? Well, you can talk to him again here in Meridian when you arrive. So let's talk to him again.
Irid, didn't want to startle you.
Oh, yes. I heard of the tragedy that befell your tribe. The sun hung low that day as we traveled back.
So, this is the Temple of the Sun Priests.
Where we offer our daily prayers for balance. I'm afraid only Carja can participate, but you are welcome to observe.
Don't worry, I'm used to it. What are these prayers?
To recognize the sun is to recognize we live in renewal. By its rise and fall, we determine what to take up and what to set aside. Offered to its pure heat, the skin peels, and old time is burned away. We treasure the blisters.
That sounds painful.
Well, there is no glory without sacrifice.
No, I'm playing on normal difficulty. I'm just playing through the game, going over all the story. I guess you can make that confusion, but yeah, I'm playing on normal difficulty, but the focus on this playthrough is on the story itself, and not the gameplay, I guess you could say. Because I'm trying to refresh all the story before Forbidden West crossed.
The temple looks out on the tower across the valley. Why?
That's the spire, guiding us forever skyward, gleaming with the rays of the sun at noon. It is said that the spire's shadow lay across this mesa when our ancestors came to the valley, searching for a home. Thus, sun and spire joined, showing the Carja where to build. The dawn of Meridian.
Always illuminating, Irid.
There is a matter not officially sanctioned, that someone of your boldness...
You don't have to squirm, Irid. Let's hear it.
One of our brethren, my friend Naman, has stepped from the sun's light in protest. I've supported his efforts as much as I can, but would you speak with him in the Sun Ring?
I'll see what I can do.
So yeah, there you go. That's why I did talk to this guy at first.
That must be the spire. It's huge.
Because you can see he kind of sets up Honor the Fallen when you talk to him. Hey, OG. Or Mixer. Alright. Set to honor the fallen here. Also an interesting thing here in the old Sun Ring. I'm sure most people probably noticed this, but you can see it's kind of a shrine for the Oseram. Shrine here for the Banuk. I believe this one is the Utawa run, not mistaken. And this one, I'm not sure. Oh yeah, this is the Katja one, obviously, because that's where most of the people are standing. Sorry, Katja. Because, you know, if you know the story, Avad gave them... I guess we haven't gone over that data point yet. I think it's in a data point where Avad... Oh wait, we did go over that, yeah. Avad made the old Sun Ring into, you know, a holy place for, I guess, all religion. So nice little touch.
You're Nora. I'm the mournful Naman. My apologies that we meet like this.
Like this?
In grief. You hold yours close, like a talisman. Wait, forgive me. You didn't come for reparations? Someone you lost to the Sun Ring?
No. I know about the Red Raids, but the Karja owe me nothing.
I see. Well, I could use the help of a strong-willed outlander. Then I would owe you very much indeed. These people seek to honor their loved, their lost, with their own voices, not mouthing Karja rituals to Karja stone. But there are obstacles. And while Meridian holds its breath for any disturbance, these robes only tie my hands.
What kind of obstacles?
The first pilgrim is an Oseram, who seeks to visit the Shrine of Kings on the road to the city. He waits there now, forbidden to enter by an old sun priest who suffer no heathen. This Utaru lost her companion on the edge of the jewel, at a pool where snap moths gather. The shrine was built there to ward off the machines, and its effectiveness leaves much to be desired. And the Banuk would paint a mark on the sun's climb, called to the machine spirits, I understand. They need no beckoning. Flint hawks perch there, drawn to the spire's shining.
So, clear the machines out of 2 shrines and move a priest out of the other.
All I can ask for is your charity and that their stories are heard.
Naman, rituals and prayers can't bring back those who are lost.
No, but it can help those who grieve to find themselves. It can lend them strength and hope, like a new sunrise.
I didn't think your priesthood would ask outsiders for help.
If only the sun would set on our pride. Until this is done, I am no sun priest. To wear a red robe was an aspiration. I aspired. Now our hoods make us blind. We whisper reconciliation, but forget how the old king's priests sang the words and blessed the killing.
The killing? You mean the Red Raids?
Yes. And the sacrifices that came after.
Why did the priests go along with all that bloodshed?
Sometimes we Karja are more concerned with what is tradition than what is right.
Huh. Maybe the Karja and Nora aren't so different. You're disappointed with the Sun Priests, but you still wanted to be one?
I spent my whole life looking up to the temple. My brother's voice echoing in its arches. Even he couldn't turn me away, and how he tried, in the end. He said, when we were loved, our robes were dyed in cinnabar. Now they are stained in blood.
How so?
Our robes are handed down to us. Most of the old priests fled rather than be seen in the glare of a new sun. And so we are left to wear their sins. For me, at least, they hang heavy.
Where is your brother now?
He waits for me on the trail of the sun, I hope. He spoke out against the sacrifices. For a priest to question the Sun King's will, his punishment was worst of all.
You lost someone you loved too. I'm sorry.
No, not lost. When I took on these robes, I found his memory.
I'll do what I can to help those in mourning.
To honor their memories is to honor us all.
There we go. And, in case you don't know, you can talk to, obviously, the people next to him. Some people might have missed this in their playthrough.
You're not like the others. You wear machine parts, but you hunted them yourself.
How can you tell?
A hunter knows a hunter. My people run with the great metal herds among the northern glaciers. But the Glinthawks at Sun's Climb are too strong for me. So I cannot fulfill my vow to paint the story of my people there. How the madness of the machines spread to the Karja, and they sent their soldiers, feet frost blackened, to bring us here in chains. Our shamans, who sing the machine songs, many were taken to their deaths. Their songs go unfinished in Banur. Help me honor them. Help me paint their story. I ask you this. Hunter to hunter.
And of course, you can talk to the Otauer. Yes, Otauer is not just in Forbidden West. But you can talk to one here, doing Honor the Fallen.
You look like you've traveled far, Outlander.
From the Great Plains. But not alone. Never alone. This was a city of cages 2 harvests ago. Wooden bars leave marks. I kept those marks. I can still feel the bars.
They took you as a slave, but you escaped.
During the liberation. My friend and I, they'd put us to work in the quarries together. We'd grown alike, so we fled together. But in the smoke, the trees, we ran right into the machines. I kept running. I thought she was just behind me. She is still. Wherever I go, just behind me. And that's why I came back, to finally free us from that moment. But I need your help to do it. In the quarry, it always rained, and we named the mosses growing between the bricks.
You're looking well.
We waited in cages for them to come for us each morning, not knowing if we would see another sunset. Our knees were always skinned, hair matted with quarry clay, red as sun-struck shoulders. In the quarry, it always rained, and we named the mosses growing between the bricks.
I think you can also get extra dialogue from here.
So much noise, but no songs.
Yeah. There you go. Don't even remember half of these side quests? Well, hopefully this is a good refresher then. Alright, before we continue and do the rest of this Honor the Fallen, I need a quick bathroom break. So I'll be right back, everyone.
It's not enough to vandalize it. We should take it down.
King Abad's decree brought the Hunter's Lodge in line. Here they had to admit another woman into the ranks.
The sun calls for reconciliation. Good luck reconciling with a corrupted machine.
How's spring in your step today?
14 kings have sat on the throne in Meridian. Where else can say as much?
Jiran attacked all the tribes. Avad must have made amends because Banuf willingly enter the Sundom now. A woman is rising in the ranks of the Hunter's Lodge? Well then, it's a new day.
They murdered the captain of the Vanguard. How are we not attacking Sunfall this very moment?
Alright, I'm back, everyone. Hey, Dodo. 17 days? Yeah. It's getting close. Or you could also just type the command here, if you want, or be very precise about it. See you later, doggy. Take care. Excuse me. Alright, so now let's do Honor the Fallen here. So coming up here is one of the direct mentions of the Forbidden West.
What'll this one hold?
I've seen this 4 times already.
Because when you talk to the Sun Priest down here doing Honor the Fallen, he will actually mention the Forbidden West.
This must be the Shrine of Kings that Naman told me about.
You won't get in there. That dried up old prune in a robe sees to that.
I can be persuasive. But what does an Oseram want with a Karja shrine anyway?
It reminds me of someone. Gone 2 years now. But what does a girl like you know of loss?
Try me.
I had a lover. Worked on monuments to their bastard king. Then he gave them a show in their sun ring for good measure. The Karja gave me back his broken bones, but what use are they? They won't build again. They won't make me smile.
And seeing a statue of the Mad Sun King will?
I need to see his work again. The marks his hands carved. The set of the metals they hammered. That's the soul of him. But that shriveled up old priest won't let me near it.
I'll see what I can do.
Turn away, child. The abiding Jahaman wishes to be alone in his retreat.
If you want to be alone, go someplace else. Others want to pray here.
Defile it, you mean? Yet another debasement of what was once pure. Truly, our tribe has lost the light. Our king is false, our temple is corrupt, and our soldiers weak. The sun hastens across the sky for shame.
So if you ask him about your soldiers are weak, he will mention the Forbidden West here.
Why do you think your army is weak? Because you're not at war with everyone?
A Karja throne relying on forged dirt mercenaries? Preposterous! The so-called liberation was nothing but a purge. Our most blessed warriors, chased out of the city, exiled to Sunfall and the Forbidden West. Our tribe is torn. The ones who walked in light now go by shadow.
And yet everyone but you seems happy they're gone.
Apparently some soldiers from the former Karja King, Jiran, went all the way to Forbidden West and didn't just stay in Sunfall. Interesting to note.
So the Karja have become impure? What does that even mean?
Is Meridian not meant for those who built it, who made it great? It was pure before Outlander squatters took it over.
You mean Meridian was pure when the outsiders were in cages or dying in your arena?
The sun is pure, child. It is not our place to question its divine will, only to act upon it.
I thought Avad taking the throne was the sun's will.
The boy dishonored his father, dishonored us all. To kill a Sun King, what shadow, what twilight time he brought upon us.
And how many more would the Mad Sun King have killed if Avad hadn't stopped him?
The sun called for blood. There was no choice but to obey.
You called the temple corrupt, but aren't you one of its priests?
They call themselves sun priests, but they have no authority. Youths and sycophants all. Yet those who gave their whole lives to the sun's service are shamed and ignored.
So that's what this is. A tantrum? A cry for attention?
You know nothing of our rights, and yet you dare to insult me.
I'm done arguing with you. Stay or go, but I won't allow you to keep others away.
I am here by the will of the sun.
So I assume you guys want to choose Fist here. But do let me know in chat if you want a different option. I have a feeling Fist is gonna be a landslide victory here. Oh, Brain. Oh. Might pick Brain. You like hard for this one? Brain is still in the lead. I'll give you guys a couple more seconds. Brain. Alright, Brain it is.
You don't believe in the throne, the priesthood, the army, or the city, so I guess you have no authority here.
I have the authority of the sun.
Then call it for help. No one else will listen.
There'll be a reckoning.
You'll back away from it.
Okay, I actually really like the answer there. I didn't really know the difference between those answers, to be fair. The Brain one was actually pretty clever.
Hey.
Statue of Jiran, of course the head is gone.
Here's to Avad, huh?
He gave them the best work he'd ever do. And look at it now.
They defaced it because they hated what it stood for.
They defaced a thing slaves like him lived and died for. Slaves they've already forgotten. Short-sighted bastards, the lot. If they thought their son set off this bridge, they'd jump after it. I thank you for honoring my wish.
I hope you can find peace.
I wouldn't know what to do with it, any more than the Karja do. Karja carving is fancy, finicky work. They've thin fingers, you see. Not like forge-burned hands.
You Karja people walk slow.
I think there's the same, there's only one.
Karja
Yeah.
not like...
You can only talk to him again once.
Nothing else. Steel to my soul. Teach him how to
Alright, so that was the first pot. Let's head down to the next pot. Yeah, I got some extremely generous donations yesterday. And today as well. Can't forget about Delhi. I actually probably shouldn't remove the donation ticket now that it's met. I guess we can just cut across here. We'll come into the village at a later point. Be finding some Glendogs here, so get our fire arrows ready for that.
This must be the sun's climb, where the Benook wants to paint his mark.
Is this the new Horizon? No, the game is not out yet. These guys are a little tougher than I thought. Then again, I didn't have much fire on my bow, so I guess it makes sense. I wanted to refresh the story before the new game comes up, because it's been a while since I've gone over all the story.
You are a better hunter than I. I'll paint the mark while the spirits of the Glinthawks linger.
There'll be more where they came from.
Yes, there will always be more machines. Their spirits find new bodies, but we only last as long as memory. That's why I must leave this story. A monument to our vanished shamans, to the wisdom the Karja bled from us. The machine oil in the paint will preserve it. Preserve their memory against all that was cut away. You have my thanks, Hunter.
There we go. Of course, we should get the metal flower up here before we go to the lake shrine, where we'll meet with the Otaro.
You're a question waiting for an answer.
I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high o'er whales on hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils. Besides the lake beneath the trees fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuous as the stars continuous as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way. They stretched in never-ending line along the margin of a bay. 10,000 saw I at a glance, tossing their heads in sprightly dance. To the lake shrine.
This is where the Otaro wanted to say her goodbyes.
Boom.
When we fled from our cages during the liberation, I tore through this clearing, thinking my friend was behind me. I kept running, but here she remains. Thank you for making it safe for me to return.
I don't want to rush you, but it won't stay safe for long.
I understand. I've done this before in waking dreams. In the pool, I'll find the bracelet of seeds she dropped when she fell. The seeds will be split, escaped, grown wild. She's passing from my memory into the jungles. I'll tell her it was I who died here and became a stranger in our own land, and she who still lives in every time of planting, of rains, harvests. Oh.
What is it?
There. Her bracelet. And I thought she was behind me. But there's only my reflection.
Do you need to be alone?
For the first time, I am.
Yeah. Guess we're just going straight back to Meridian to finish off. Another fallen here.
So you've come back to the temple.
I was invited back. The priests wanted to hear what I had to say about reconciliation with the other tribes. They're listening. At least they've begun to listen. There's a distance between ears and deeds.
Because of what we did?
What you did.
It was for the mourners. I think it helped them.
You set them on the path. You can't know what their journeys hold. Such is the priest's lot. Perhaps a red robe would suit you.
Not me. Besides, your temple doesn't even take women.
We would be richer if we did. Go in light, my friend, and let the sun cast your way.
Thank you, Naman. Where I'm going, I could probably use all the light I can get.
Hello again, Aloy. The Sun Temple seems to be adapting to our new role.
I think it says the same every time.
Change comes like the sunrise. Slow to begin, but in time, all is illuminated.
Oh, never mind, he has more voice lines.
The day is not long or bright enough for all my gratitude. May the sun favor you as it favored me with your arrival. The day is not long or bright enough for all my gratitude.
There you go. I think you can talk to Reed again after you completed it.
Naman is returned, his pilgrim's wounds solved. Truly, you are sun-touched.
Always illuminating, Reed.
May the great sun always shine upon you.
There we go. Honor the Fallen done. So next up, I feel like it will be a good idea to do, what's it called? Robin the Rich. So let's do that. You'll cut by? Is there a race now? 34? I must have missed that. I didn't know there was a race today.
You there! Can you help me?
Oh, what?
Just a moment of your time.
Oh, what are you saying? One of the Fallen's big. Oh, I see.
I need your help.
Oh yeah, I forgot about it. I thought you were talking about a race today or something since you said hype.
You're the one the Vanguard has been crowing about. The Nora who tracks criminals and traitors with her second sight. If only you'd use it to help me. A thief raided my home and took my brother's sword.
Tell me about the robbery. Don't leave anything out.
It was brazen and professional. They took only the sword, my most valuable possession. The thief went out through the window and scared the shadow off my steward. Otherwise, it would have been a clean getaway.
Why would someone steal the sword?
It's priceless. Made from the burnished antler of a lancehorn, finely inlaid with studded stones all down the...
Okay, I get it.
Forgive me. That's not even why it's important. The 12th Sun King gave it to my brother for his military service. He was killed in battle during the liberation. I was saving it for my nephew who's stranded at Sunfall with the Karja in Shadow.
How did your nephew wind up in Sunfall?
Most of the old clergy backed the Mad Sun King, so when he fell, they ran out of fear of retribution. As an honor guard to a venerable priest, my nephew had no choice but to go with them. Now that my brother is gone, my nephew is my heir, so that sword really belongs to him. And after all he's been through, I won't be able to look him in the face if I don't get it back.
I'll see what I can do about the robbery.
Have a word with my steward if you need to. He saw the thief escape. And listen, all I want is the sword back. Meridian, and my family for that matter, has seen enough strife already. If I can get it back, all is forgiven. No retribution necessary.
Yes, it will be on YouTube. The first part I did yesterday is already on YouTube, on my bot channel.
Any news about my stolen sword?
Not yet. I'll see what I can do about the robbery. You saw the thief make a run for it?
My back was to the wall, you see. Wasn't expecting someone to crawl out the window. He ran past me, dressed in gray, clutching the sword. That's all I saw. By the sun, my heart nearly seized up.
Buy what you need, leave the rest.
The drops of blood leading away. More blood. I'm still on the trail. Still more blood. The thief got cut. The trail ends here.
Won't find better
Someone must have seen the thief. Did someone run past here, holding a sword?
Sure did. He grabbed some linen off the stand here and took off down the stairs behind you. He was bleeding, so maybe he needed a binding. Blast it! That was expensive cloth. I can't believe I paid for that thief's bandage.
Hope everything's in order for you.
Don't pass.
Oh, really? It's a good deal then.
If the thief came
Yeah, if you're
this
interested
way,
in a strategy
there's only
guide,
one
that's
way
pretty
he could've
cool.
gone. Forward. No sign of the thief. Someone must have seen him go by. Did you see anyone run through here? He would have been holding a sword.
Yeah, almost crashed into me too. He ran down the parapet here and went down the lift. No way you'll catch him now. I didn't see a sword though.
He wasn't carrying anything.
Not a damn thing. Just ran like his ass was on fire.
The thief must have ditched the sword. But where?
Yeah, good to know if you're interested in getting those strategy
That
guys.
merchant stall would have been a convenient drop-off.
Might be nice to buy them at a bit of a discount. I think there's also some places where you can just buy them as a PDF if you're just interested in having a guide and not so much a physical thing.
The sun shines brightest in the
It looks like the thief got away, but without the sword. I thought maybe he dropped it off somewhere. Like here, for instance?
What? No. I had nothing to do with this.
I guess we'll see when I get the city guard to toss your stall and question your customers.
Hold on. There's more to this. You've got a reputation for shining light in the darkness, so I know you'll listen. You're right. The sword was passed to me, and I passed it on to someone else. It's going to be sold, but not for profit. The shards will go to people in need.
You expect me to believe that?
I can prove it. Meet my friends at the watermill in the lower village. They'll explain everything. If they don't convince you, come right back with the guards. I'm not going anywhere.
It wouldn't matter if you did. I'd find you. But all right. I'll check out the watermill. Okay. Guess I should go to this watermill then to find out what's going on.
Let's head down to the watermill. Now you remember this one? Yeah. This one is one of the longer quests, to be fair. Oh yeah, it lifts us over here. Down to the village. Could just fast travel, but let's use the elevator when we have a chance. Not often we do use the elevator. Hey, Peach. What do you mean?
Not getting any cooler.
Not that early. But yeah, if you wonder why we don't use the elevator in the speedruns, hopefully that explains why we don't. They are very slow. Also, in 60 FPS, Aloy's hair gets really floaty when you use the elevator. I don't know, I usually end stream around here at 10 PM or 11 PM.
Disorderly conduct last night. You don't...
Don't forget to stock up before you're on the road.
Would jump off the city if I could. I'm not gonna start any of the side quests in the village just yet. We're just gonna head to the watermill to continue robbing the rich. I should probably mark that as the active one, so people know what we're doing. You thought the floaty air was a feature? I mean, you might have noticed throughout this playthrough if you paid attention. There's certain things that look a little off in 60 FPS. Some of the what are they called? Capes that some people are wearing also float a bit.
Sometimes you just
Or sometimes a lot.
I was told to expect you, Aloy. I suppose you want answers. Well, it's not complicated. We collect valuable objects from people who don't need them, sell them for shards, and use the money to help the needy at Sunfall.
Yeah, I guess if you played on PC, you didn't know that, but yeah, on PS4 version and 30 FPS, things don't float that much.
You mean you steal?
If you want to call it that. From hogs who've had their turn at the trough for generations.
Ravon didn't seem like a hog to me.
He stinks just like the rest of them, of wealth and contentment, while people beneath him suffer.
Who exactly gets the shards at Sunfall?
Not the bastards in the fortress. We use the shards to make sure the poor in Shadowside get to eat, or bandage their wounds. They only went west because they had to. Trust me, I know. My wife was chained up with a bunch of servants and herded with them. They starved to death, still bound together.
I'm sorry.
So am I.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate animations weren't that great in the main game. But I'd still say overall for a first attempt on an RPG, they did pretty well. But yeah, in the DLC it improved so much because they used more motion capture and stuff, and well, in Forbidden West it's gonna improve even more by the looks of it.
Where's the sword now?
Safe. I haven't sold it yet.
What do you expect me to do now? Walk away?
I was hoping you'd help us. They say you can track like a stalker. Well, my partner Nassan disappeared near the branded shore. He was bound for Sunfall, along with an entire shipment of food. If you found that, you'd be helping a lot of people.
I'll consider it. But only if you return the sword to Ravon.
I knew you were gonna say that. Fine, I'll return the damn blade. Nassan was supposed to meet his contact at an old campfire on the fork near the branded shore. Start looking there. But be careful. Lots of machines out there, and lots of Shadow Karja. And not the needy kind, but they're tormentors.
Move along. You have no need to loiter around
Any
here.
word about my partner? Haven't been stealing. I promise.
I mean, yeah, I can live with the animations too. I don't think it's a big deal, but you know, I'm not the one that cares too much about graphics necessarily. Oh yeah, I should return to the rich guy and talk to him, yeah. Good point. I'll fast travel back to Meridian real quick. I actually thought about doing that, but I can't forget. I guess got a little distracted by chat.
I'm not far from...
Let's quickly go back and conversate. Yeah, I need to remember, it is one of those, what's it called? It is one of those side quests where you can return to quest givers in the middle of it.
I woke up this morning, went to my hearth, and there was my brother's sword hanging over the mantle. I don't know how you convinced those rascals, but you have my thanks.
It turns out they've been selling stolen heirlooms to help the refugees at Sunfall.
If you say so, I believe it. I only wish they would have asked, and I would have made a contribution. In any event, I'm glad to have the sword back. It's not about shards. It belongs in the family.
I woke up this morning. I don't... If you... In it...
Just wanted to make sure there wasn't extra dialogue there. But yeah, isn't also the case here in Rob the Rich? I think it's the case that you don't have to go back and talk to him after you free Navan now. Because if you already have. Still have to? Okay, it might be. I don't remember exactly. It's been a while. Been a while since I've done this quest casually. Well, I guess even tested that out. We'll come back to Aaron at a later point when we do the Ursa storyline. But we did right past it just now. If I'm not mistaken, isn't there a data point like right over here? Might as well do that before continuing this quest. Or maybe it's somewhere along this cliffside. We might find it on the way.
This must be where Nassan was supposed to check in. It looks like there was a scuffle here, but no body. If someone dragged Nassan off, there should be tracks. Oh, here we are. Let's see where they went. The shadow comes coast. Let's hope Nassan is inside.
Let's do the stealthy way in. Like, sneaking in here is a bit more interesting than, I guess, what we do in speedrun, where we just straight up run in. Got here.
Well, they're still surprised.
Fight.
Got!
Well, that did not go well. Tried to be sneaky. Oh wait. Did they shoot me off? Yes, sir. What's up, Kaido? Thank you for the raid. A bit of a pickle. Because we have to fight our way out. My stealth has been terrible today.
Found him!
Oh wait, I don't have a...
Grant me victory!
Oh, I was next to a cliff. We can salvage this. At least we're getting away from them. Nice, Kaido. Yeah, that did not go well, but maybe we distracted them away from the gate, so now we can barge in. See, there was a kind of a meanings to the madness, I guess. More or less. All the machines. Cleaned out a bunch of them. Good Shadow Carja is a dead Shadow Carja, as they say. Even though I was hoping I could get in without alerting anyone, but oh well, that kind of failed. Back to sneaking in, I guess. Just ignore the pile of buddies I left behind. Nothing to see here, folks. Isn't the saying method to the madness?
All right.
Probably.
He needs help.
Let's try this again. I'll keep it simple since you're obviously feeble. What were you doing out by the fork?
It was a picnic. With your mother.
I think he's trying to hurt your feelings. Won't work. My mother loves a good picnic.
Be that as it may, we're not getting anywhere.
That's all right. I don't mind breaking a few of his bones.
How many do you think we'll have to crack to make him squeal?
Still sniffing around.
Exactly. Okay, leave the big guy left.
Who knows where she went?
I missed that.
Flank your foe.
But we got him. That's the important part.
Kindev sent me. Let's get you out of here.
I thought that old salt had abandoned me. Guess I owe him a slap on the back. Come on, this way.
This is why we don't do it like this on the speedrun. We do the quick ending in the speedrun, because when you do it like this, you have to follow him out of here. Which takes a lot of time, because he's rather slow.
Never know when I might need these. Kindev told me about the cause. Did you lose the shipment?
No. It's hidden nearby. There's a lot of hungry people in Sunfall that will be happy to see it.
Good. Now, listen. When you head back to Meridian, talk to a noble named Ravon. If you're honest with him, I think he'll help.
Beg a high blood for help? Ugh. But after everything you've done, I can't refuse. But for now, I'm bound for Sunfall. Be safe.
Oh. Oh yeah, you do have to return to Rava. Fine. Guess you can skip that part. Oh well.
A man named Nisan came to see me, and we came to an arrangement. I think many in Sunfall will benefit from it. All this from a stolen sword. As they say, follow the shadow, and you'll find a flame. A man named Nisan...
It's the same again. GG. Robbing the rich completed. Anything we need to learn? Not really, I guess. Forager. Might be worth. What do we do from here? Not really sure what we'll do from here. So we could head towards Maker's End. We could do the Ursa storyline. Oh yeah, that's 2 old acquaintances. Got good amount of options. But you know what? I think I'll leave it for tomorrow. I think we'll call it here for today before we progress any further. Because I feel like whatever we choose to do right now will take a good amount of time before we get done. So I'd rather give it its proper due and leave it for tomorrow. I hope you're understanding with that decision. Because otherwise I probably could have ended up just rushing through it, and I don't want to do that. So yeah. But I appreciate you all being here. I hope you guys are enjoying the story playthrough so far. It's a lot of fun and all that. So yeah, we'll continue tomorrow.